Good evening. I declare the Ordinary Council meeting of the 21st of April 2026 held in Council Chambers at Level 2, 388 Hay Street, Subiaco, open at 5:30pm. Welcome councillors, staff, members of the public, members of the media. On behalf of the City of Subiaco, I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on this evening, and I recognise their ongoing connection to the land and waterways of Subiaco. Now, taking attendances, I'm aware that Councillor Burns is not far off. Councillor Rosemary DeRees is going to be late, but she'll be here as soon as possible, so I think we're starting the meeting with 8 elected members. Well, there's 8 plus one. One's getting a coffee or something, I think. Okay, well, we'll start it with 7. Councillor Burns will join us when he's ready. Okay, there's a slightly different makeup on the executive leadership team this evening with CEO Colin Cameron on leave. Therefore, we've got an acting Chief Executive Officer in James Hambley to my left. We've got the usual Director, Development Services, Corporate Services and Business Improvement. And I think we will have an acting Director in Randia Karma. Is he around? Is he going to be assisting us this evening? Okay. Good evening, team, and to other staff who are joining us this evening as well. Okay, so there's no apologies per se. Councillor Rosemary DeVries, although she's on an approved leave of absence, she will be here later. Councillors, are there any leave of absence requests that you'd like to have considered this evening? Doesn't look like it. Any disclosures of interest? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Yes, I, Nicola Johnston, would wish to declare an interest in agenda item 13.1 to be considered by council meeting today, 21st of April 2026. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to clause 22.2 of the Code of Conduct for council members, committee members and candidates. The nature of my interest is I'm friends with someone neighbouring the property in item 13.1 Burley Lane.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Nope. Okay. There were no public questions previously taken on notice, so we'll move to public question time, beginning with some questions submitted by Jonathan Buchan of Townsend Road.
One. 61 Townsend Road, Subiaco, change of use from club premises to tavern. I wish to ask the following questions. Question 1, with regards to the impact on the amenity of local residents and the community, including the addiction treatment facility and church, the previous advertised opening hours of the private members Irish Club were Monday to Wednesday, 5pm to 10pm, and Friday to Saturday, 5pm to 11pm, and it was closed on Sundays and Thursdays. Please can the Planning Department explain how having a public tavern open from 11am to 11pm Sunday to Thursday and 11am to 12am Friday to Saturday, which is substantially increased hours over the Irish Club, is not going to have an impact on the residents' amenity?
Thank you. Director of Development Services. I think we'll take these ones one at a time.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So in response to your first question, the use of the building dates to circa 1907. It used to be called the Subiaco Club, and it hosted a reception centre called the Fantasia Lodge. Given its historical use, the city has not been able to locate any records that restrict the hours of operation under any planning legislation. In many licensed venues, businesses can operate their hours at lesser times than what is approved through planning applications. and this is the case with many venues in the city of Subiaco. In addition to the planning approval, operators also need to comply with the conditions of trading licences, and these are granted under the Liquor Licence Act of 1988, and this is legislation which is administered by the state government. Trading hours under the Liquor Licence Act can be also varied as well through extended trading permits, and in 2009, the operator of the former Irish club obtained an approval for an extended trading permit to permanently operate beyond the approved hours from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. from May to September every year. Thank you.
Thank you. And your second question?
Can the planning department please explain where else in Subiaco there is a large 400 patron tavern located in such close proximity to residential zone properties, noting that the closest R-zone properties for this application are 43 metres and 55 metres away, which are numbers 73 and 78 Townsend Road.
Thank you. Mr. Petrovsky.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the start of my response to the second question, because of the way the questions were asked, also does answer a little bit about the amenity as well that you asked in the first question. So each planning application is assessed on its merits, as you would have seen in the officer's report. The subject site is zoned centre under the city's local planning scheme number 5, and the centre zone contemplates a wide range of land uses, everything from residential through to entertainment type land uses, of which a tavern is one. The city's town centre, focusing on Hay Street and Rockaby Road, is historic, and while much of the surrounding areas have been rezoned into residential, the remaining commercial centre remains. So residential land uses in or near the centre zone are expected to have a different level of amenity compared to more suburban areas which are predominantly residential. The city has many licensed venues in very close proximity to residential land uses and zones as well. And this is what is contemplated by the local planning scheme zoning. One example of a tavern with a similar size within approximately 40 metres of residential zone land is the Vic Hotel.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll move on. Two questions submitted by Josephine McPhee of Morgan Street, Shenton Park. And just to confirm, anyone asking questions this evening, you're welcome to ask one after the other if you've submitted two, or you can ask one, have an answer, and then ask the second one. It's entirely up to you. Ms. McPhee.
Good evening. Question 1, with regards to C4 Safe Active Street project, will the City of Subiaco have the bike count survey, which was conducted last month, be made available to the public, and if so, when? I'll wait for an answer on that, please.
Acting Director of Technical Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Mullen. A summary of the results of the bike count, which was conducted by an independent contractor as part of the Australia-wide bike count program in March 26, will be available in May 2026. This will be provided to the public on request, as the city does for all other counts.
Thank you. Question 2.
Oh, am I right? Yeah. As the increase of traffic numbers are deemed not significant to have had any changes made to the streets surrounding the Safe Active Street, even though the increase is more than 10% on Morgan and Herbert Road had an increase of nearly 30%, can the council not install giveaway stones or local traffic only signs on the way up and down Morgan Street, which has none? By way of explanation to the above, Evans Street now has speed limit measures at every intersection is 30 kilometres an hour. Morgan Street has no way of slowing traffic down, going up or down the street. This is incredibly dangerous. We've already had one major accident. There is not even a stop sign or give way sign at the intersection with Herbert, which has high volumes of cars which speed across the speed humps, even though there are speed humps. Many neighbours are choosing to park on the street rather than the crossover to make it harder for cars to go past and go quickly. I don't think it's a big job, especially given the massive amount of money spent on Evans Street.
Thank you. Acting Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The city acknowledges the increase in traffic volumes. However, it is noted that the recorded traffic volumes are within the variance for this road based on historical traffic data. The city will monitor traffic volumes through the planned 2027 traffic count. Traffic monitoring results also show speeds along Morgan Street to be below the posted speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour, with one of the counters showing a drop in the 85th percentile speed from 48.7 kilometers per hour in 2024 to 40 kilometers per hour in 2025. For these reasons, as noted in the officer's report, no further actions are recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Nash of Cunningham Terrace, Daglish. Mr. Nash.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff. Question 1. The officer recommendation refers to the issues that some people held in relation to the proposed concept design. Can you please confirm how many people held those negative views of the proposal and what that represents as a percentage of the total population of the city of Subiaco? And question 2, with respect to the officer recommendation, and in particular 2 of the themes that emerged from the consultation, namely trees and green open space and cost and justification, can you please confirm the following? A, are there more trees and more active green open space proposed in the new design than currently exist? And B, is the cost of the project justified, and is it a fact that the city has the appropriate financial means to meet such costs? Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. Director Corporate Services.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So the AHA report actually didn't seek to quantify the number of individuals holding negative views, recognising that some respondents expressed a mix of positive and negative views across different questions. The report analysed sentiment at the question level. This included the sentiment of responses across 1,035 submissions, equivalent to around 5% of the city's population, including 656 surveys, 89 listening post attendees, 12 Voice of Youth representatives, 10 Seniors Coffee Club representatives, 56 social media comments, 8 postcards, 74 direct emails and letters, and 130 sentiment flyers. So it was great to see that level of engagement. Negative sentiment represented 37% of the analysed responses rather than individuals that submitted responses. While sentiment analysis can provide an insight into community perspectives, it's not always useful in its own in informing appropriate solutions and ways forward. Focusing the community conversation on sentiment can also have the unintended consequence of entrenching divided views. A more constructive use of the survey results, as per the officer's report, is to focus on what the community values and where perspectives align or differ, as per the summary of key survey themes provided in the officer's recommendation. This helps to consider appropriate design responses and where interests may need to be carefully balanced. According to its statutory function, Council must also consider its decisions with respect to the social, economic and environmental sustainability of the local district, as well as the impact on future generations. With respect to your second question, so there are more trees planned in the consultation design than currently exist in the precinct, noting that it is only a consultation design, a design that was released for consultation, and Council has yet to make a decision in respect of the actual concept design. The consultation design includes a greater variety of types of spaces that may be used for both passive and active purposes that improve accessibility and that are adaptable to a range of evolving community needs. Officers have proposed developing a business case to assist Council in considering the justification for the project and material design choices in a way that is transparent to the community. And yes, the city has the means to meet the cost of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Kosovich of Olive Street.
Oh, got that on? Good evening, Mayor and councillors, Acting CEO and staff. I've got 2 questions and I'll wait for a reply on the first and then the second. Master Builders Association of Western Australia CEO Matt Moran has warned WA's commercial sector faces a profitless boom, where builders are crushed between high demand and unmanageable costs. WA has recorded Australia's worst construction cost at 95.6% for new builds. A fixed price or a ceiling price contract for the $64 million Civic Centre and Gardens spanning 5 years cannot absorb such volatility. Given the Middle East conflict driving historic oil price swings, escalating inflation with the IMF warning of a global recession and related supply chain failures, could staff explain why this procurement approach would likely deter capable contractors from bidding and expose council to bidder withdrawal, insolvency risk and inflated risk premiums?
Thanks for the question. It looks like a combined answer has been prepared for both your questions, Mr. Kosich. So if you wouldn't mind, could you ask the second question as well?
Fixed price or ceiling price contracts force builders to carry all market volatility. The Master Builders Association of Western Australia now urges rise and fall provisions or collaborative alliance models that fairly share risk between client and contractor. Accordingly, would staff likely advise council to consider adopting such an approach for the Civic Centre and Gardens to maintain market interest, control costs and avoid contract failure? That is, should council elect to proceed.
Thank you. Director Corporate Services.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So the construction market at present certainly does appear to be dynamic and evolving. High quality documentation can help the city and construction contractors to mitigate the risk of cost spikes and attract fixed price bidders, but at the same time extreme volatility can lead to alternative procurement approaches being more desirable. There is still some time required for the project to be ready to tender for construction. Once council has decided on a concept design, detailed design and documentation may take a further 12 months to complete. So cost updates may be provided through these phases, and value management opportunities may be sought in collaboration with the city's design team and cost planner. Advice on the optimal contracting strategy can also be updated as the project proceeds, cognizant of the evolving external environment, and to support the city in attracting quality bidders while managing financial risks.
Thank you. Mark Tonti of Salisbury Street, Subiaco.
Acting CEO and senior staff. I only have one question tonight, and it is an interesting question. Given the recent advice from Roger Cook for ministers and senior officers to limit non-essential travel amid fuel supply pressures and cost of living impacts, and the real possibility of an escalation to stage 3 under the National Liquid Fuel Emergency Response Plan, what actions has the council taken to support the community during this period, including consideration of pausing all non-essential projects such as the Civic Building and Gardens project? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Corporate Services.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So it certainly is a rapidly evolving situation. The city's officers are continuing to monitor the evolving fuel situation and are actively participating in sector working groups to plan responses which mitigate cost increases while providing for essential service continuity should the situation be prolonged. It is noted that while the Civic Building and Gardens project comes at a cost, so does the continuing cost of accommodating staff in rental premises and a city investment property. As the project is still in the concept design phase, there is little to be saved in halting the project at this time. Once council makes a decision regarding the concept design, it will likely take around 12 months for the project to be ready to proceed to tender, noting that the bulk of the cost is in that construction phase. As I previously mentioned, cost updates may be provided through these phases and value management opportunities may be sought. in collaboration with the city's design team and cost planners. And it should also be noted that it is not uncommon for other levels of government to respond to challenging economic circumstances by providing grant stimulus for shovel-ready community infrastructure projects.
Thank you. Laura Battison of Keatley Road West, Shenton Park.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My question is regarding the civic precinct development and parking. Most of the area comprising Subiaco East, North, Centro and West Perth are outside the 500-metre walkable zone from the Subiaco Primary School, but within its catchment. TPS5 mandated development will lead to an increased traffic pressure around the school and town centre. Public transport and bike routes could help to alleviate this, but it would be naive to assume that some parents coming from these areas will not use cars. The infrastructure and parking with and around the civic development plan is not sufficient and adds problems to an already constrained site. The new council and civic building will accommodate a large number of workers. The Undercroft parking area on current plans provides just 44 parking spaces. These are also meant to accommodate library and museum visitors, who, as current plans stand, will lose above-ground parking. This seems inadequate and will lead to increased parking on surrounding streets, for which parents of the predicted 1,000 plus pupils at Subiaco Primary will have to compete at drop-off and pick-up, which is approximately 400 journeys per year per family. To add further perspective, Subiaco Primary currently employs approximately 80 teaching and administrative staff members and has only 35 parking spaces. Many staff have to park on residential streets already. Subiaco Library has 14 staff members and only 1 designated parking space. Subiaco Museum has 8 employees and 0 parking spaces. If Council intends to proceed with current plans, it is crucial to engage more completely with parking and infrastructure solutions for residents and workers on the site, which will not interfere with the community's ability to access and use the services provided. Question 1. What degree of parking surveys and assessments have been carried out by this Council thus far? And question 2. Has this Council had any discussions with the owners of the Crossways precinct regarding its future parking needs? Thank you.
Acting Director, Technical Services.
If you can just put that one off, yeah. Got it, thank you. Thank you, and through you, Mayor Mullen. So in terms of question 1, in accordance with the council approval of the central parking precinct plan, the city has been surveying and assessing the parking arrangements since the plan was implemented in March 2025. The precinct includes a school, theatre gardens, car park and adjoining roads. The findings of this assessment will be provided to council in August 2026. As part of the new school warden crossing that will be constructed in May 2026, an additional 9 parking spaces will be created on Hammersley Road next to the school as a short-term measure. Further specific assessments of parking and access for the civic precinct will be undertaken as part of the standard development process once the project progresses beyond the concept design. In terms of question number 2, the city has not had any recent discussions with the owners of Crossways about the redevelopment. Any redevelopment would need to consider and provide parking necessary for the site in accordance with the city's planning framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Greenshields of Salisbury Street, Subiaco.
Thank you and good evening. Question 1. Following the advice from the 2022 MGA Architects report, which I assume all councillors have had a copy given to them, regarding the proposed civic centre, I have one question. The MGA Architects report in 2022 stated that the new build will have a smaller footprint to limit impact on surrounding parkland. Could the council clarify what this is being compared to? Specifically, what building dimensions or square metre limits were provided to the architects to generate this claim? For example, did the scope provided to MGA include options for a 2-storey design to achieve this smaller footprint? Thank you.
Director, Corporate Services.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So MJA was comparing the gross floor area of the existing building of around 1,300 square metres to the ground floor footprint of any proposed new building. There wasn't really a proposal for an actual building at the time, so they could have been alluding to a building over more than one storey. Current design options for the new building provide for a ground floor footprint of 872 square metres.
Your second question.
At the March OCM, it was stated the existing council chambers and administration buildings is of no heritage value. However, on the City of Subiaco website, there is a local government inventory place record of 241 Rockaby Road, the Subiaco Council chambers and administration, as well as the whole civic precinct, which includes the theatre gardens as well. The administration building is formally recognised in the city's own local government inventory as having historic significance, level 2 general. It is a fine example of international modern Cubanist form designed by Kenneth, Broadhurst, Ryan and Evans, and requires consideration of its status before any demolition is contemplated. I understand this listing is on the old municipal inventory, which was updated last 2017, but why this information is not provided to councillors and consideration not being given to Mr Broadhurst's architectural standing as a prominent architect in WA, as outlined in John Taylor's architect's documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, Development Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So in terms of the local heritage survey, the city did adopt a local heritage survey, and that was previously called a local government inventory on the 4th of February 2003. And this included the Subiaco Council Chambers and Administration Building at 241 Rockaby Road. So the place record for the Subiaco Council Chambers is publicly available, so it doesn't need to be further shared. But it does provide some important information. It does not mean that being on a local heritage survey, it does not mean that the building is a heritage protected place. So it's an information piece in any event. So going to the Heritage Council, it has some guidelines for the assessment of local heritage places and also guidelines for the preparation of local heritage surveys. And these provide a toolkit to consider heritage values in the surveys and assessments. The guidelines provide 5 different types of heritage values, and this is really quite important. So you've got aesthetic, historic, scientific, social, and spiritual. Now, when I was referring to the previous question at the previous OCM, it was about the historic heritage values that this building may have, not the aesthetics. It's not the building's form. And this is further elaborated in the place record. So place records contain a description of a place. It includes physical and natural features and the reason for a place's cultural heritage significance. That is actually contained in something called the Statement of Significance. So I'll read you the Statement of Significance for 241 Rockaby Road. The place has historic significance representing a stage in the continuing development of the local government area. So that's a quote. Couple of key words there is historic significance, going back to the Heritage Council's guidelines, and continuing development as well. So describing a historic significance is to move beyond its physical description and understand why it matters to the community. The Statement of Significance for 241 Rockaby Road identifies the place as an important factor in the continued development of local government in Subiaco, with the existing building as one stage of an ongoing journey. So considering a new building, any development of a new building in line with contemporary standards for providing good local government is consistent with the Statement of Significance for this place and is similar to how the existing building replaced the previous administration building, which was built for its time, at the turn of the 19th century. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Harris of Seddon Street, Subiaco. Doesn't look like Jackie is here. Okay, we'll move on to public statement time. Beginning with a statement on item C1 submitted by Amy Senthy of Townsend Road, Subiaco.
I would like to speak to the expected real-world impacts of this proposal based on lived experience at this site and to highlight how those impacts are likely to change under the proposed use. As a resident of 16 years, I have observed how the previous Irish Club operated. In general, it was a respectful, low-intensity private members venue with a consistent patron base contributing to stable behaviour patterns. On rare occasions, such as St Patrick's Day, when attendance increased and entry access appeared more relaxed, we saw a very different outcome, one that provides a useful comparison for higher intensity use at this site. Loud patrons lingered in the street for up to an hour after closing, congregating outside and creating ongoing noise disturbance. Unlike Hay Street and Rockaby Road, Townsend Road is a narrow residential street with limited pedestrian flow and no natural dispersal route, so people remain directly outside nearby homes. This lack of dispersal was often accompanied by sustained rideshare activity with repeated vehicle arrivals and door slamming as patrons were gradually collected. In addition, when dispersal did occur, it often extended into Churchill Avenue and up Townsend Road, causing disturbance to residents beyond the immediate frontage. During operation, there were also repeated bursts of music and crowd noise as the front door was opened frequently for entry, exit, and smokers. Given there is no other designated smoking area, a feature shared by the new proposal. That entrance directly faces nearby residences, resulting in continual bursts of noise disturbance that are sharp, intermittent, and intrusive compared to steady background noise. This provides a real-world demonstration of how the site performs under high-intensity use. What was a rare disturbance as a generally quiet private members club would become a nightly pattern under a tavern open to the general public. The acoustic assessment accepted by the planning department as having no fatal flaws does not reflect this reality. It assumes doors and windows remain closed, yet as demonstrated, a venue operating at this scale requires constant door opening. Astonishingly, these noise bursts have not been meaningfully modelled despite the front door directly facing residences, which I believe is a fatal flaw in the report. The recommendation also relies on future acoustic management plans to address impacts. However, Council must be satisfied that such major impacts are acceptable at the time of the approval and not deferred to later stages. Based on lived experience, unique site characteristics and the combination of patron behaviour, dispersal constraints and unaddressed noise pathways, this will result in significant and ongoing amenity, livability and comfort impacts on residents. If Council is minded to still approve the application, the scale and intensity must be reduced through an alternative small bar licence and earlier closing times.
Thank you. Okay, we've got another statement on item C1 submitted by Gaitan SLN of Townsend Road, Subiaco.
You is whether a 400 patron late night tavern open to the general public is appropriate in this specific location, directly opposite to residential dwellings and adjacent to a clinic helping people fighting their addiction. While both sides of Townsend Road north of Churchill Avenue are within the centre zone, the SACP Subiaco Activity Centre Plan clearly differentiates areas of higher intensity activity, such as Town Centre A. This site sits directly at that interface, with residential dwellings immediately opposite and specifically excluded from Town Centre A. In addition, adjacent residences on the south side of Churchill Avenue are residential zone, requiring maximum amenity protection. This explains why there are 36 objections to this application and not only 7. Planning regulations require that higher intensity users to be located and managed to minimize impact at these interfaces. In this case, the main entrance of patron activity are directly aligned with nearby homes on a narrow street. Under Clause 67 of the Planning and Development Regulation 2015, Council must consider amenity, social impact, and compatibility with surrounding land users. Additionally, the planning framework does not simply support any activity at scale within the center zone or town center A. The SACP specifically requires, and I quote, a fine-grained approach to development opportunities and requires noise impacts to be addressed to ensure ongoing livability and comfort for residents and to safeguard occupants from loss of amenity and health issues caused by excess sound. This proposal is based on subjective theoretical conditions, not real-world evidence. Firstly, there is a substantial difference between a members-only private club established in the 70s and a new tavern open to the public every day. The intensity of use of the premises would be significantly higher, even if the patron capacity remains the same. That has been ignored in the planning assessment. Secondly, the acoustic modeling uses unrealistic and inaccurate input data, such as the traffic data taken from an intersection located 2.5 kilometers away, and that the door and windows of the premises would be always closed. Using more realistic data in the model could show that the venue does not meet the regulation requirements. Finally, even the Subiaco Hotel closes at 10:30 p.m. during the week, earlier than the proposed hours. For these reasons, the proposal does not satisfy the requirements of the SACP nor Clause 67 in relation to amenity, social impact, and compatibility. The appropriate planning outcome is refusal. Approval would set a concerning precedent for the future. It is simply not the right place for such intensity venue. Thank you.
Thank you. A statement on C4 submitted by Peter McDonald of Onslow Road, Shenton Park.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors, Admin. On this Safe Active Street project and surrounding streets, we're grateful for the extension of time the OCM in February gave via the procedural motion. This procedural motion gave us extra time to meet with admin, to ask further questions and to obtain additional and more detailed traffic monitoring data, both historical and recent, for the streets adjacent to the Safe Active path. As previously stated, local residents' concerns are that for nearby streets to the Safe Active Street project, the average daily traffic volumes increased by about 10% between July 2024 and October 2025, being an increase in excess of 3 times the rate of population growth. In the case of parts of Herbert Road, the increase was in excess of 25%. We acknowledge there's a degree of inherent variability in the traffic volume numbers from one year to the next. For example, there have been higher numbers than we saw in 2025 if you look all the way back to the available numbers going back as far as 2004. What concerns us is we do not know what is causing these recent large increases in traffic on our local streets and nearby to the Evans Street project. Is it Google Maps directing peak hour drivers off the major roads and onto otherwise quiet residential streets in order to bypass major traffic light delays such as can be incurred at the intersection of Nicholson and Railway? Is it due to changes in transport preferences between public and private vehicles? Is it due to population and demographic changes occurring further down towards Cottesloe? The answer is we don't quite know. The case for additional capital works to limit traffic volume increases in our local streets is not yet made or sufficiently supported by a single year of large increases, and we can see that. We are thankful for the new and reduced vehicle speed limits for our area that are scheduled and planned, hopefully come into effect later this year, subject to funding. We're also thankful for the city's commitment to rerun the traffic monitoring surveys in 2027 for these local streets, 2 years after the construction of the Safe Active Streets project. Thank you.
Thank you. A statement on C6 submitted by Peter Hopper of Austin Street, Shenton Park. Mr. Hopper.
Of the Subiaco Shenton Park RSL sub-branch, I would like to draw attention to the fact that the Fallen Soldiers Memorial in Subiaco has served as a surrogate grave for all the families and friends who have mourned the loss of their loved ones on active service. During the First World War and conflicts since then, Nearly all who died were either buried overseas or where they fell. Many have no known graves, so our war memorial has acted as one. Clearly, there are no physical bodies under the memorial, but it commemorates the several hundred bodies whose names are on the memorial. The Rankin Gardens nearby is also a place where residents of Subiaco have close links to the past. It has been used by residents as a place of remembrance of their loved ones. It also enhances the tranquility and reverence of the presence of the War Memorial. The two places are thus linked in purpose, and this heritage needs to be protected under the new Civic Precinct project. Thank you.
Thank you. A statement on C6 submitted by Gary Kosovich of Olive Street, Subiaco.
Thank you, Mayor. Rankin Gardens Rose Garden has a limited heritage assessment and clearly is failing. Despite the tireless efforts of city staff, these roses are battling to survive. Chili thrips have ravaged them for years and they cannot be eradicated. The response has been an endless, costly cycle of toxic pesticide treatments that damage our environment and waste ratepayers' funds. These roses were planted on rootstock over a century ago. They are relics, they are water hungry, high maintenance and unsuited to Perth's climate and our sustainability commitments. Native plantings are water-wise, low maintenance and they thrive here. Worse, these struggling rose beds are actively preventing the city from utilising the festival lawn as intended. Their proximity to the Fallen Soldiers Memorial restricts the space we need for Anzac Day, Remembrance Day, citizenship ceremonies and NAIDOC Week. These events are not static. Attendance grows every year. We now have crowds spilling onto Rockaby Road because we cannot accommodate all of them. That is a safety and crowd management issue that we need to be able to further mitigate. Relocate the roses and we unlock the festival lawn. We gain a functioning civic space for commemorations and community gatherings and outdoor events year-round. We alleviate some of the congestion on Rockaby Road during national events and finally utilise this vital asset to its full potential. Let me be clear, this does not touch the 15 shaded benches around the perimeter. Those alcoves for private reflection remain. The Council says it stands for sustainability, community and innovation. If that is true, then we cannot continue to prioritise a failing heritage rose garden over the needs of our residents. Relocating these roses is not a loss, it is a necessary decision that sets a new standard that is in sync with current and future community requirements. The urgency is real. Subiaco's population is projected to grow by 50% in the next 15 to 20 years. Under the broad banner of public housing, as mandated by the state government, the city is adding substantial social and affordable housing with greatly reduced amenity, which includes minimal car parking and bicycle storage. Those already disadvantaged new residents will be reliant on the Civic Centre and Gardens as their primary community hub. Demand will surge. Our public spaces must be ready. Councillors, I ask you to act. As part of your deliberations on the Civic Centre and Gardens, relocate the roses. Deliver a functioning green space that serves everyone in our community, not just horticultural nostalgia. Thank you.
Thank you. A statement on C6 submitted by John Boufler of Barker Road, Subiaco.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor, councillors, good to see you all. Staff, haven't been for 4 years, so occasionally come up and say hello. Making a public statement tonight to express my significant concern about the proposed new Subiaco Civic Centre. My primary concern is around the high cost of the centre. My view is that the cost is excessive. The bulk and scale is beyond what is needed by the city now and well into the future. Notwithstanding Gary's comments about we're growing by 50%, you don't need to spend 64 million. Council, December 22, was quoted as 15 to 20 million that it was going to cost. Somehow it's gone to 64 million. We met with Emma and Joel, couldn't really explain why it's tripled. yes, we know that that population is going to grow, but that doesn't justify spending so much money on one asset. History is peppered with examples of noble and earnest intentions of keeping building construction to budget. We've heard about fixed price contracts, expert oversight, contingencies from here to Karrakatta, all promising to deliver on time and on budget. Unfortunately, history shows otherwise. I've read, somebody mentioned Sydney Opera House in the press, started at 7 million, went to 102 million. Okay, that was 1973, went up by 1,400%. North Sydney Council Pool started at 29 million, went to 122 million, 420% increase. Christchurch Grammar looking to build a new performing arts centre. Original budget 29 million. You might have read in the Post recently, they've reduced the scale of it. It's now going to be 39 million. Fremantle Council Chambers started at 41 million and increased by 39% to 57 million. So my point is that you might start at 64 million, which is ridiculous to start with in my view, but are you going to end at 64 million? We hear of materials and bricks shortages, increasing fuel and transportation costs, increased labour costs, cost of living crisis, and we haven't even started to finalise the costings of all this for at least another 12 months. Sure, we've got $100 million in the bank, but it doesn't mean that we have to spend it all on one asset. So I would ask you all as councillors, because it rests with you, to consider deeply, is this the best spend of our money? If this was your money and you were spending this yourself, would you be frugal or would you say, let's go forth because we're going to get another 10,000 residents in the next 10 years or whatever the numbers are? I'd really ask you to think deeply. This is the biggest asset that we've spent in 130 years of our history. And do we really need to spend that much money? Whether there's chili thrip or the lawn or whatever, do we really need to spend that much money, or can we be a bit more modest in the current environment? So thanks very much.
Thank you. A statement from Andrea Hawkes of Francis Street, Subiaco. Another statement on C6.
Good evening, everyone. This statement relates to C6. The City's published rules about public statements and questions include the following. Statements and questions should not be offensive or defame or denigrate any member of the public. It's disappointing that at last month's meeting, a public statement made under then item C3 was allowed, even though it did not comply with these requirements. Parts were offensive, arguably defamatory, and it denigrated not only me and my family, but other members of the public who honour the lives of loved ones at the Fallen Soldiers Memorial and in Rankin Gardens. No one, whether participating in this debate or not, should be subjected to this sort of personal attack. The Civic Precinct public engagement process has allowed people to express their views, which is a good thing, but statements that attack individuals should not be allowed. They're unnecessary and not Subi. To the speaker in question, I say we will have to agree to disagree. To Council, please consider the following in your deliberations. On 13 October 2020, my family obtained the City's written permission to place our mum's ashes in the Rose Garden. Nothing said we needed permission, but we got it anyway. When the concept plans showed removal of the Rose Garden, we felt aggrieved, and like everybody else, we're entitled to have our say. The Rose Garden has been an unofficial memorial garden for decades, and not just for locals. My petition to save Rankin Gardens was not about my mum's ashes. I'm sure the over 1,000 complete strangers who signed it did not sign because of my mum. No, it was about preserving the serenity of the gardens, respecting their heritage and their location, and the sheer waste of money creating an outdoor event space when we already have theatre gardens and Market Square. The lease over the Subiaco Arts Centre expires on 30 June 2027. There is no option to renew. Sorry, I've lost my place. There is no option to renew. A new lease, if granted, could reserve the right for the city to host events there and in theatre gardens as it used to. This could be negotiated. Many people, whether locals or not, use Rankin Gardens as a peaceful place to relax, stroll through or walk their dogs. People I spoke to were shocked when told this could change. In the current turbulent economic climate, cost savings will be essential. $5.656 million of estimated project costs could be saved simply by keeping Rankin Gardens.
Sure, if you want to finish your statement, that's fine.
Simply by keeping Rankin Gardens as it is, I urge you to do so. I appreciate the work put into this project by staff and council. We ratepayers have come in relatively late. We don't get to see everything and have to trust the process. But obtaining the change of the Rankin Gardens reserve purpose in April 2024 from public garden to civic and community purposes before the public consultation outcome and before council's decision just didn't pass the pub test. With world events as they are, please keep Rankin Gardens as a precious place of calm. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you. A statement on C6 submitted by Greg Thomas of Gloucester Street, Subiaco.
Thank you, Mayor. The process for the construction of the currently derelict Civic Centre was begun in the 1950s and took nearly 10 years. I quote from the July 1954 Subiaco Gazette, where the Finance Committee argues, "The scheme and the design for the proposed City Hall, offices, council chambers and Mayor's private garden, as submitted to the Council on June 29, 1954, be not approved on the following grounds. The estimated cost is much greater than the resources available, much greater than the district can afford. The erection of additional council chambers, offices and Mayor's private garden is considered unnecessary as there already exists an excellent set of such facilities and therefore this expenditure of ratepayers' funds is quite unjustified. Should a revision of boundaries take place, the ratepayers would have paid for 2 such sets of offices, neither of which would be used. As a result of such a lack of vision and general parsimony, the city subsequently constructed a building which was barely adequate to the requirements at the time. This was then expanded by filling in the atriums, destroying any architectural joy of the building and leading to future problems of leakage, repeated re-roofing, regular electrical failure, and ultimately the destruction of the building altogether through fire. Any supposed savings on the original building must surely have been wasted many times over, with re-roofing and repair works, not to mention productivity losses. Suggestions the city should purchase an existing building fail to consider the unavoidable negative aspects of this course. The location will not be ideal. It will not offer the functionality and flexibility the current location can, and more than one site will be needed, leading to loss of productivity through reduced connectivity. And significant fit-out costs will be required to achieve functionality. Building in the current location will maximise future amenity and productivity. The number of people who have objected to the proposal is small relative to the city's population and also small relative to the number of people who have participated in the initial study. Criticisms seem to focus on the cost. I feel this figure is erroneously quoted as it includes multiple elements. Demolition costs will have to be borne at some point irrespective of any outcome. And the estimated new build cost is in line with typical square metre rates for a building of such purpose. The garden remodelling costs are only partly associated with the new build and mostly reflect a need for making better use of the open space and given the increasing population density. This cost is not excessive and will probably need to be spent somewhere in the city, if not here anyway. None of the complaints or criticisms which have been made about the proposed new building or garden remodelling would necessitate significant changes to the concept proposal, and all can be addressed through the detailed design phases. This is a once in 3 generations opportunity and I urge the Council to proceed with the process. And perhaps add back in the Mayor's private garden, if only so that it can be deleted.
Thank you. A statement from Vicky Thomas on Gloucester Street, Subiaco.
Good evening, Mayor, CEO, councillors, officers, fellow ratepayers and other attendees. I'm speaking in support of the continuation of the Council's proposed civic precinct and the officer's recommendation to take the community feedback and address concerns through further development and analysis. With the reports to be presented to Council to inform future decision making, This is a sound, responsible and sensible path for Council to follow. The civic precinct design was developed through a process of extensive community engagement. It will deliver a flexible, sustainable, environmentally responsible and multi-purpose architectural jewel of a building. The proposed modifications to the surrounding areas and Rankin Gardens do not diminish the green space at all, but address the pressures facing the gardens. The flexibility of the design will enable the library to expand programs and provide much-needed exhibition space for the museum and the wider community. Officers will, deservedly, have a functional and pleasant work environment which should increase efficiency and staff retention. It will also create the opportunity to move existing groups out of other buildings, enabling those buildings to now be refurbished and/or repurposed. Issues regarding cost can be dealt with through a detailed design process. It is premature to argue that all the facts and numbers have not been provided when detailed design and other analysis haven't been completed. Rankin Gardens faces threats from climate change, the arrival of pests like shothole borer and trilly thrip, and increased pressure from densification. Management of key elements like the Norfolk pines, the addition of native plantings and careful activation will be needed to ensure it continues to thrive and to contribute to the lives of residents and visitors. It is notable that the gardens, which incorporate the former bowling greens, have historically hosted regular concerts, garden parties, fetes and other events, including a corroboree in 1910 organised by Daisy Bates. The gardens have clearly played an active role in the life of the city, hence an ideal location for the Fallen Soldiers Memorial to be placed nearby. They have not been a place of quiet reflection or a cemetery. Indeed, the current rosebed location and configuration only dates from the 1970s, slightly younger than me, although my husband said that was a reason for heritage listing. I am sure that everyone will be familiar with the ship of Theseus, the argument that even as the ship is rebuilt using new elements, it fundamentally retains its original shape and purpose, thus still being the ship of Theseus. This is, I believe, the central argument about the civic precinct. By maintaining the council chambers in this location with a clear and purposeful linkage to Rankin Gardens, the ship remains a council chamber and garden that contribute to the built form, sense of history and community, which makes Subiaco a delightful place to live and visit. I urge the councillors to support the officer's recommendation and progress the project.
Thank you. A statement from Jackie Greenshields of Salisbury Street, Subiaco.
Good evening. I'd like to speak about the importance of retaining both the historic fence line and the established garden path from Hammersley Road within Rankin Gardens. Historically, the gardens were fully enclosed by a fence or a hedge along Hammersley Road, Rockaby, the museum, and along the boundary with the Subi Primary School. Access was always through one or two gates, locked daily to protect the roses, floral displays and garden-esque plantings. This changed in 1968 when the current council building was constructed. For the very first time in the history of the gardens, since they were established in 1900, a section of fencing was removed along Rockaby Road to create a horseshoe driveway to the Civic Building. Importantly, the Hammersley Road fence remained, continuing to protect the lawns, roses, palms and plantings. This is visible from the 1968 State Library aerial imagery. In the 1970s, the concrete and post fence was replaced with the fence we see today. However, elements of the early structure were retained, with the concrete caps dating back to at least the 1920s were reused and remain an important heritage feature today. When the new fence was built, an opening was left at the end of Hammersley Road fence. This was the first time the community could enter from Hammersley Road into the gardens. Over time, a well-worn pathway formed across the lawn, later formalised into a path we see today. Both the fence and path are part of a lived history of the gardens. The path is now a well-used route between the Norfolk pines, providing direct access to the museum, the library and the shopping precinct. It is used daily by people with mobility needs, the elderly, school children and families, and supports strong passive surveillance. It is also important that any new or renovated civic building does not compromise this established vista from the Subiaco Library through the gardens. It is valued for its beauty, natural surveillance and historic character. Recently, the removal of dense shrubbery along the library's southern edge has strengthened sightlines along the path through to Hammersley Road. Given this history and continued use, I respectfully ask that the future decisions recognise the heritage and functional importance of the fence, particularly its retained original elements, the established garden path and the continued protection of the roses, palms and defined gardens. The path does not need to remain in brick, but its alignment should be preserved as part of the historical layout and accessibility. Good civic design should respond to how places are already used and valued. Established movement paths reflect community behaviour.
If you want to finish that.
Yep. Established movement paths reflect community behaviour and attachment and should be retained wherever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Another statement on C6 submitted by Stephanie Stroud of Barker Road.
Thank you and good evening. In the opening address to last month's Civic Precinct item, the first mover stated, previous councils could have renewed the Civic Precinct when building costs were lower, but they chose to kick the can down the road, and now we are faced with the consequences of those decisions. And I wish to address that statement. I assume the councillor is referring to a time before the economic downturn and social displacement of COVID-19, when WA was under a state of emergency for 922 days to September 2022. And before the pandemic, Subiaco faced a challenging time under the proposed upzoning. This involved the revision of the city's town planning scheme and strategy, TPS5. The workload for city admin and council was enormous. Then in May 2020, the Director General authorised an inquiry into the city's Subiaco, which demanded significant focus by council and administration until its closure in June 22. Mayor Taylor experienced a destabilising time of city leadership. CEO Burnett resigned in June 2018, replaced by acting CEO Lavery, who was appointed CEO, but just 2 years later was replaced by an acting CEO Fruing. I cannot imagine any acting CEOs taking on the responsibility of a new civic precinct proposal. Besides, it was a busy time, with Sano Proprietary Limit claiming that the heritage shops and old cinema on Hay were dangerously on the verge of collapse. The City of Perth Act 2016 created another challenge for the city. Understandably, CEO Burnett was focused on the immediate and serious situation of redressing the loss of $4 million annual income than proposing a new civic precinct. The Act followed the threat of forced local government amalgamations, which presented enormous financial and social repercussions. So close was the risk of the city being abolished and renamed to the town or city of Cambridge that the CEO, Tyndale, resigned. When DAPs were introduced in 2011, the city faced more DAs than any other metro council. The state government's decision in June 2011 to abandon plans to redevelop Subiaco Oval for AFL presented a whole new set of economic and planning challenges for the city, which was still recovering from the fallout of the GFC. So over the last 15 years, there have been 3 mayors, 4 CEOs, 3 acting CEOs, 4 directors of development services, COVID-19, an authorised inquiry, and considerable planning issues, the JDAPs, TPS5 and Subi East. The financial impact to the City Perth Act, the risk of amalgamation.
Looks like you've got about a paragraph and a half left.
Worth noting that it's only been in recent times that the city has been able to calculate the potential of rateable income from future Subi East and Metro developments. If there's been any kicking down the road, it has been for good reasons. But now we are facing the spectre of an exceptional escalation of prices and the potential of a global recession. This is hardly the time to risk the city's financial resources into, quote from the city, the biggest development project the city has ever undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. A statement on C6 submitted by Johanna van Gorkum Dirks of Hensman Road, Subiaco.
Good evening. Since I spoke at the previous council meeting, the Subiaco Primary School P&C has continued to advocate for the future of our school with respect to the challenges resulting from urban infill and the civic precinct redevelopment, notably the loss of a classroom, playground and utility space. We approached the councillors and requested you meet with us for an informal discussion regarding this matter and, if you wish, a brief tour to demonstrate the size and utility of the Rose Furman building. Our proposed date and time may have been too short of notice. There also appears to have been some confusion regarding the P&C's roles and responsibilities, and therefore apprehension by the councillors as to the appropriateness of such a meeting. The P&C represent the parents and citizens associated with Subiaco Primary School, and therefore a significant number of your electorate. We belong to the WA Council of School Organisations, WACSO, which has its own constitution and legal representation to guide us. Our Constitution, underpinned by the School Education Act of 1999, clearly states that we can raise community interest and make representations to government entities. At a recent P&C meeting, our members confirmed our mandate to advocate to the City of Subiaco Council for the school's interest regarding the civic precinct green development and to the state government regarding the impact on the school's population growth. We acknowledge that close collaboration and good communication with the school and the school board are essential to our success. However, we are our own organization. We govern our own decisions using our own voice. In a healthy democracy, such as Australia, public debate can and will result in friction at times, providing a counterbalance to power. We are well within our rights as a P&C to advocate on our behalf, on behalf of our community, and in order to fulfill our role effectively, request information from different government entities. We have been researching the history of the Rose Furman building and, via Jonathan Huston, Liberal member for the Netherlands, approached the Minister for Education for information on planning for primary schools in Subiaco and surrounding areas. Time constraints prevent me from repeating our written request from yesterday to the city word by word, but we have asked for historical land title and other documents. We believe that these show that the site was originally owned by the state government and intended for school use. The current land title still contains a second schedule limitation stipulating use for community and kindergarten purposes. We strongly encourage the City Council to act in accordance with the spirit of the land title and refrain from developing this site into what appears to be a driveway for the civic precinct. Thank you.
Thank you. Another statement on C6 submitted by Laura Battison of Keatley Road West, Shenton Park.
Before there was a council building, a library, an electrical substation which was later to become a museum, a municipal garden full of mature trees, or even a clock tower war memorial on this site, the very first development on the land was the school. A school being of paramount necessity to the local residents for the education of their children. Approved in 1895, built in 1896, and opened in 1897, Subiaco School opened to cater to 350 children, junior and senior, belonging to a residential population of just 1,300 residents who lived in dwellings comprising 260 houses and 59 tents. This was one of just 4 government schools in Western Australia at the time, the other 3 being Highgate, Guildford and Kalgoorlie. In the following decades, as the population of Subiaco swelled and the school had too many students, approximately 700, equivalent to the school population today, a senior school, Perth Modern, in 1912, and primary schools in surrounding suburbs, West Leederville 1898, Jollymont 1905, and Rosalie 1906, were built to accommodate population growth. Subiaco primary school population remained relatively stable, around 300 or 400, until the last decade, where numbers have gone up again into the 700s. And with the current government's TPS5 giving rise to large-scale urban infill projects, this population is set to rise significantly in the absence of any new schools being built. Whilst we understand the provision of school buildings and land are not within your remit, the P&C questions the ethics of reclaiming land currently used by the school, given the challenges it faces. Records show that in the past 130 years, the school has been generous with signing over bits of land to the city when it needed it, most notably during an infant health crisis in the early 1950s. There's also a really good letter from 1902 where we sign over a bit of land for the council pathway and building. Anyway, I can send that to you. Okay. The school is now facing a crisis of its own and requests that the City of Subiaco carefully consider its needs before embarking or furthering the civic precinct development plans. The P&C is underpinned by its own constitution, as Joe said, and legal rights as described in our letter sent yesterday to the Honourable Mayor McMullen and councillors. We can and will continue to advocate for the students, parents and citizens associated with Subiaco Primary School to the City of Subiaco Council. We have also, along with the chair of our school board, met with our State Legislative Assembly member Jonathan Huston, who will be advocating about our concerns to State Parliament and who has requested a technical briefing from the Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Another statement on C6 submitted by Ian Birch of Lansdowne Street, Jollymont. Mr. Birch.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, council staff. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a resident homeowner of Subiaco of some 30 plus years in my current home. I'm here to speak in broad support of the council's plans for our new community centre. This is a rare and privileged opportunity that this council has to provide a true civic heart, benefiting our community, befitting of our community. A place that is recognised by the whole community as not only the centre of the city's administration, but a centre for connection and participation in community life. This opportunity needs to be grasped to deliver a facility, a place that is widely recognised and used by the community, and importantly, enduring, a place for future generations to also value and enjoy. It can be our legacy to the future. I ask, is it fair and reasonable for us to pass on a dumbed-down, half-baked scheme to generations to come, who would only then find themselves in the situation of having to deal with the same matter? The location is ideal for such a facility at the junction of two major roads and connecting the two perhaps informally recognised sections of Rockaby Road, the traditional shopping strip and the Paris End, as they call it. Whilst recognising that projects of this nature will always draw a diversity of opinion and often an element of controversy, the Council's approach to this very important and necessary matter is both thorough and professional. I urge the Council to be bold, to show the vision and leadership worthy of a project of this immediate and future significance to our city. Whilst there may be some elements of the design that can be amended or fine-tuned in response to public feedback, it is critical that the overall vision, the intent, is maintained. This will be our place. There was mention made of spending our money or someone else's money. This is our money. This is the community's money. And this is our place, and we want it to be the best that it can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the final statement on C6 has been submitted by Paul Clements of Barker Road.
I generally appreciate and support the gist of the current recommendation, in as much as it makes an effort to develop what the community needs, what they want, and so I think that is the way forward. Discussions with the community over the last 6 months, I find the main points raised. First of all, having all those amenities in one spot is not ideal, and it's just bad planning. There is no parking along that area of Rockaby Road, pretty well ever. You can drive along there looking for a park, you never find one. It's not the place to have considerable social amenities for the city. They're better off located where they are, in Palms, Shenton Park, Bagot Road, the library, which I love going to. It's just a wonderful place. Lords, and by default, we've also got 2 theatres within the theatre. Some of these older buildings need reworking, maybe even rebuilding. They should be part of the focus that we look at when we look at this, relook at this proposal. It's been said already, that others have said about building the Opera House, and it went from 7 million to 102 million. That's the sort of thing we don't want. We don't want an iconic building. We want a functional building that does, and we want functional buildings, more buildings, not all in one spot where there is no parking. Next point, 2 change.org petitions were submitted in the consultation process. We were very aware that these didn't comply with the local government format. They were never an attempt to comply with the local government format. However, they represent many ratepayers making a statement which they wanted counting. They should have been analysed and addressed by competent people. The same people that talked about the Opera House said that anyone who didn't, sort of implied that anyone didn't vote in favour was against. And there weren't many people against, according to them. If you want to walk the streets of Subiaco, walk the businesses, you find it very, very hard to find anyone to support this project. Fixed price contracts have been mentioned several times tonight. They don't exist.
Mr. Clements, I think you're up to about 0.5 of 7, so if you wanted to complete the statement, press the button and finish your statement.
I'll skip 0.7 for the moment. 0.8. I have asked for reports on the condition of the existing council premises. That's the one that's vacant at the moment. Administration have decided not to provide these reports, and I wonder why. I've also asked for the total cost of the project to date. Architects' fees alone have been quoted at approximately $730,000. Once again, these figures have not been provided, and I'm guessing the cost is currently up around $1 million. Despite that, I now look forward to the full examination of Council's needs and how best to provide them with the full involvement of the Subiaco community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of the public statements section, and there were no petitions or approved deputations for this evening. Councillors, I'll therefore ask you to confirm minutes of previous meetings. We've got a single set, being those of the Ordinary Council meeting of the 24th of March 2026. Do I have a mover and a seconder to accept the minutes? Councillor O'Connor, thank you, moving. Councillor Pine, seconding. Okay, I'll put that to the vote now. Okay, the minutes are accepted unanimously. Thank you. Okay, normally I'd make announcements now, and there has been plenty going on in Subiaco in the last month, but I'm keen to get into the reports and agenda items. So let's go straight to that. Okay, we've got a possible en bloc vote in front of us. The idea being that these are agenda items with no special voting requirements, and they are not the subject of any proposed amendments or alternative motions. So, councillors, the possible en bloc vote that I've got in front of me would consist of items C2, C3, C4, C5, C8 and 13.1. Did anyone want to remove any of those items from the en-bloc vote? Councillor Fife. Councillor Burns.
Thank you. C5 and 13.1.
Okay, thank you, councillors. So that would leave C2, C3 and C8 in the en-bloc vote. Is everyone happy with that? Okay, I'll seek a mover and a seconder for the en-bloc item. Councillor Jones moving and Councillor Johnston seconding. Thank you. I'll put that to the vote now. Okay, the en-bloc items carried unanimously, which means that items C2, C3 and C8 were carried without debate as recommended by staff in the agenda. Okay, so that leaves a number of agenda items to get through this evening, beginning with C1, 61 Townsend Road, Subiaco, a proposed change of use from club premises to a tavern. We've of course got the officer recommendation and an amendment from Councillor Pine and an alternative submitted by Councillor Johnston. Starting at the beginning though, do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation? Councillor Jones moving, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor De Vries seconding, thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Matt. The Irish Club has been an institution in Subiaco for nearly 50 years, but it has been in decline for a long time and has finally decided to close its doors. Late last year, it sold its premises on Townsend Road, and the new owners wished to continue operating it as an Irish watering hole, thus maintaining it as a place of significance to the Irish community, as referenced in the city's local heritage survey. It seems to me then that the operation of the venue will be substantially unchanged from the way in which it ran for most of the life of the Irish Club, which in its heyday was a vibrant venue and an integral part of the local community. On the face of it, this seems like a relatively straightforward application. The site is zoned centre under the local planning scheme, and the proposal complies with all the requirements of that scheme. It also aligns with the objectives of the Subiaco Activity Centre plan, the site being located in the city's principal location for hospitality and entertainment activities. There is a shortfall in parking, but that always seems to be the case in Subiaco. I'm not sure if I've ever seen a DA which satisfies all the parking requirements. And Subiaco is well served by public transport, so it's not surprising that the officer's recommendation is for us to approve this application. However, there have been a large number of objections raised to the proposal, and before we make our decision, we need to determine whether the amenity issues raised would provide sufficient grounds for planning grounds for a refusal. The major concern seems to be around the opening hours and the noise impacts of the operation, and staff seem to have addressed the former by reducing the hours from initially 6 a.m. to midnight to now being 11 a.m. to midnight over the weekends. I would note that this is substantially less than the Irish Club was able to operate over. This leaves the noise impacts to be considered, and while I understand that noise can the effect that noise can have on the few nearby residents, I can't help but feel that these are being overstated. I have some concerns about the number of objections that were raised. Many of them were almost identical, so although there were a large number, I suspect that they may have originated from only a small number of people, maybe only a handful. Of course, that doesn't mean that we should ignore them, but we need to be careful that we're not unduly influenced by a vocal minority. I look at similar taverns along Rockaby Road, and I think you'll find that you don't really notice them if you're walking on the opposite side of the street. Granted that Rockaby Road is busier than Townsend Road, but it's hard to believe that this tavern would be substantially noisier than those along Rockaby Road. especially when this one will have no outdoor seating and includes an entrance vestibule. The Irish Club operated for nearly 50 years with very few problems, and I don't understand how it will be substantially different under these new operators. Certainly, over the past 10 years or so, the patronage has been much lower, but that's a short-term situation. Residents have lived alongside this city centre venue for 50 years and can't expect it not to continue to operate much as it has over the past many decades. Consequently, I can't see that the amenity of the area will be impacted substantially more than it has been in the past. And given that this is exactly the sort of operation designated for this location and under our planning schemes, I don't believe that any refusal would be upheld if it were challenged in the tribunal. Consequently, I will support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, apologies to those first speakers that I wasn't here to hear your speeches, but I have read them, so rest assured, as I have acknowledged that. So I wish to acknowledge the officer recommendation and support it. I see it that there is thorough planning assessment that underpins it. The report clearly demonstrates that the proposal has been assessed against the relevant statutory framework. However, as decision makers, our role is not simply to apply the planning framework. In a technical sense, it is to apply that framework with judgment, recognising that planning is ultimately about people, place, and the lived experience of our community. The application sits at the intersection of two important planning objectives. On one hand, the central zoning and the Subiaco activity plan clearly envisage a vibrant mixed-use precinct zone that supports hospitality, entertainment and activity throughout the day and the evening. The proposal contributes to that objective by activating an existing site, which Councillor Jones notes has been a long-established venue in Subiaco, by reusing a long-standing community building and supporting the local economy. But on the other hand, we cannot ignore the fact that this proposal has generated a significant level of community concern. The volume of submissions, particularly objections, reflects genuine anxiety about amenity, especially in relation to noise, operating hours, and the interface with nearby residential uses. However, it's important to be clear, community sentiment alone is not a planning ground for refusal, but nor should it be dismissed. It is a critical input into how we shape conditions and exercise discretion within the planning framework. In this case, I believe the officer recommendation strikes a considered balance, and there are restrictions which will act to protect the community. Firstly, the imposition of the requirement for a noise management plan, acoustic report, and house management plan provides a structured and enforceable mechanism to manage amenity impacts over time. These are not superficial controls. They go directly to the controls raised by residents, concerns raised by residents, and ensure accountability in the ongoing operation of the venue. Secondly, as mentioned by Councillor Jones, the recommended reduction in trading hours, specifically the earlier closing time of 11 p.m. from Sunday to Thursday, is a clear example of the planning framework responding to community feedback. It recognises that while late night activity is appropriate in a centre zone, it must still be moderated to protect residential amenity. We should be reminded that good planning is not about choosing between activation or amenity. It is about calibrating both. Thirdly, the proposal does not intensify the built form or fundamentally alter the physical character of the site. It repurposes an existing building that has operated as a club premises for decades, and in many respects introduces greater controls than currently exist or previously existed. This is a relevant and often overlooked consideration. This report makes it clear that refusal must be based on sound planning reasons, and where a proposal can be appropriately conditioned to mitigate impacts, that pathway is generally preferred. To my mind, the question before us is not whether this proposal is perfect, but whether it is acceptable within the planning framework and whether its impacts can be reasonably managed. On balance, I believe it can. For those reasons, I support the officer recommendation, recognising it reflects both the integrity of the planning framework and a genuine effort to balance the needs of the community with the future of our activity centre.
Thank you. Councillors, is anyone ready to speak against the recommendation? Councillor Burns, a question.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Look, I'm going to be as brief as possible because I was expecting this to drag out a little bit. With due respect to the mover, would I be correct in thinking that there is actually only one tavern on Rockaby Road, and that would be the Subiaco Hotel, and every other licensed premises would be a small bar, not a tavern? That's the first question.
Director, Development Services.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I'm just grabbing up a document. I know there was at least two. It would be in a document I sent out to elected members.
I'll take it at 2 if you want to.
No, Cherubino would be one as well. Yep. The embassy is also one. So there's at least 4 from what I can see.
Sorry, what's the answer? 4? At least 4. What's the embassy? Simon Devlin's establishment. Okay, anyhow, your next question.
Okay. I'll take the answer with... I don't know what to say. I'll just take the answer. Okay. My next question. This extensive report that we're looking at deals with a number of overarching things. We've got time, we've got security mentioned, we've got noise. So I'm going to ask the question in totality to all the things that are talked about in this recommendation and why it's being recommended. What breaches of said rules, and I mean all of them, what breaches can the city's staff immediately respond to? So I'm just for clarity of that, okay? If there's a security issue, okay, which is security's mentioned, or if there's a noise issue, okay, and somebody rings up and says, right now, it's loud, it's insecure, it's whatever, okay, what can the city immediately get people out there to do something about? Or does it fall to others? So I just want to know the ones we can immediately action. Thanks.
Director, Development Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So you mentioned 2.
I want to know. I want to know the ones you can. Not anything, and no, you can't. Just tell me what you can immediately do.
Planning compliance.
No, look, sorry, Mayor.
Hang on. Let's have a bit of calm here, councillor. You've asked a question. The director's answering the question. Let's listen to the answer.
So planning compliance is wide-ranging. So there are a number of things that can occur at any venue. It's essentially a hypothetical question on what compliance matters the city can go and immediately rectify. Now, you did mention security and noise. So security would be something that the liquor licensing would be responsible for.
You can't. You just don't. So I asked what
Councillor Burns, you've been a councillor for a while. You don't have... Can you lower your voice?
No, I don't want to know what somebody else can do.
Okay. Firstly, I think you need to settle down, but also you don't have a dialogue with our staff. You ask a question, they give you the advice, and you don't interrupt them.
I want an answer. It's a question gets an answer.
Okay, well, you call...
Questions don't get advice.
Okay, Councillor Burns, I think you need to settle down.
Okay, I'll settle down if I get an answer.
Okay. Well, let him give you the answer. You may not like the answer, but we're getting into territory which I think you've covered last week as well at the briefing. It's all about enforcement versus approval. They're different functions.
I'd like my question answered, please.
Okay. If you're ready to hear the answer, I'll ask the director to give you the answer.
question so it's clear?
Well,
Can I repeat?
sure. Make it as clear as possible.
What events, when they occur at 10:30 at night, and somebody complains and it's a real event, okay, what events can we immediately take action within our staffs, not call somebody else? What of all these things do we have the power to intervene immediately?
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Petrovsky.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, much like any land use in the city, if there is an immediate safety risk, the city will have powers under relevant legislation to be able to act. Now, there is, in any compliance investigation, a period of investigation that needs to occur. There are other laws and legislation which will apply that will also include the environmental noise protection. So through environmental noise, there are actions that our environmental health officers can undertake in accordance or in collaboration with police to be able to issue notices and ensure compliance with those regulations. So that's just one of the ones you mentioned. In terms of security, that is also something that the city cannot do. However, it would be something that the liquor licensing and police will be able to act on if there is any issue or antisocial behaviour which needs control by the police. So while any immediate actions are limited, everything would need a compliance approach and investigation because that is the due process afforded to any investigation or complaint received.
Sure. Can I get an idea of how many questions there are to come?
Oh, let's just see how we'll go, won't we? Does it matter?
Well, no, it's a serious question because I've got a number of councillors who I think would like to get into the debate.
Well, this will help them discuss it, won't it?
Okay. Well,
okay. Do I not have are you denying me the right to a question?
I'm not denying you, but I'm asking for an indication of how many questions there are to come because we have an agenda briefing process, Councillor Burns. You could have asked these questions last week. You could have asked them during the week as well. I would like to get into the debate. So if they're legitimate questions and you're not prolonging your speaking time,
if you don't think
ask the questions.
You just tell me. Okay.
Ask the questions.
Thank you. Okay, where are we? Sorry, just I'm a bit delayed. It was the interruption. Gosh.
Did you need extra time to think of the questions?
Back to it. Yeah, look, I'm sorry. You've just interrupted my flow. I apologize. And I don't mean that harshly, okay? But
sure.
If you don't mind me circling back, I will to questions. Thank you.
If the questions are unresolved, then there's always the ability to ask questions later on. Councillor Pine.
Thank you. I've got questions as well. I mean, I have gone through the materials around this item quite extensively. And you know that at the agenda briefing...
What are the questions?
So the question is really around the noise management plan. There's been lots of concern raised by the residents about the noise management plan and the scenarios that were actually being considered as part of the noise management plan. I understand the city deems that the current noise management plan and the acoustic report are acceptable to progress this application. However, an update will be required later. Now, in reviewing the statements from the public who challenges the modelling, I'd like to better understand what are the statutory modelling scenarios that would need to be considered, because the public is actually saying that the modelling does not consider the doors opening and things like that, these instantaneous things that happen in the operation versus the steady state things. So just to help everybody, I'd like to understand from a statutory requirement perspective what kind of scenarios do need to be considered to give the confidence that if we do approve this proposal, the right work is going to be taking place, given that there's updated waste management plan, updated noise management plan, and updated, I think. So I just want that clarification because in the agenda briefing, in the documents, the city did not really address that point that the resident made in their comments. So it was just something maybe that I overlooked when I did the thing, but ultimately it's a key piece of data that I need to get the confidence that the right scenarios are going to be considered. Thank you.
Mr. Petrovsky. Okay, we'll hear from the Acting Director of Technical Services.
Thank you, Councillor Pine, and through you, Mayor McConnell. I'll just touch on the update that you mentioned, Councillor, as well. So that update is actually required to be provided before any occupation of the premises, and there's a range of scenario testing that actually occurs before that happens. In terms of the modelling, there's a few points that I'd probably want to just touch on, and hopefully they cover your questions adequately. The first thing that will need to happen is there's a requirement to have an operational acoustic assessment done, and that's quite a critical step between or prior to occupation. And that's actually to either prove or disprove the accuracy of the noise levels predicted in the noise modelling. In terms of the actual modelling, we look at things like what the assumed attenuation of noise from the premise would be, example, by walls, windows, closed or open doors, as provided by the modelling, and that's just to test the level of accuracy of that information. There's also will be scenarios whereby we will test attenuation of noise over a clear space of 21 meters. So it's looking at what sort of clear space there is and what the noise attenuation levels will be as a result of that. And so that's all being done to demonstrate whether there's compliance with that overall environmental protection regulations and whether that's actually achievable. If these are not achievable and if there's failure to actually demonstrate all of those through the operational acoustic assessment, the premises will not be permitted to open and take occupancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Okay, is someone wanting to speak against the recommendation? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. This went out for public consultation, community consultation, and clearly there was a lot of comment that came back that was overwhelmingly negative. It is a change of use. So it's come to us because it's a change of use. It's not the same thing. A club is not the same as a large tavern for 400 people. Yes, it accommodates the same number of people, but the use of it is far more intense as a large tavern. That's why it's before us. So we can't go and say, oh, well, it's just the same and the impact is going to be the same. That's why it's before us, because probably the impact won't be the same. Other bars, large bars, this is not a small bar, this is a large tavern. Other ones front Hay Street or Rockaby Road. This fronts Townsend Road. That's across the road from a group of townhouses, residential townhouses. So, that has to be considered. Loss of amenity, a significant adverse impact on amenity is grounds for refusal. So that has to be considered. We can't just ignore that. We have to provide due consideration, as Director Petrovsky said last week, to that impact. Comments from people that community. I think there was a number of people that made comments, and I think just because comments are fairly similar doesn't mean that one person's gone and rallied to everyone. I think it can indicate that people have come together, shared their concerns, and jointly come up with responses. And they've given their names and addresses. They're all different names and addresses. I think just because you collaborate together, it doesn't mean it's only one person. So, Councillor Jones, I disagree with your comment there. Number of comments noted that previously, the club wasn't particularly disruptive except for odd occasions, e.g. St Patrick's Day. And they know what that's like when they have large numbers of people. So they know what they potentially are going to be in for, especially if the premises are upgraded, renovated and become popular. Then, every weekend's probably going to be like a St Patrick's Day. concerns around antisocial behaviour, impact on amenity, and our response, staff response to those concerns were that that will be a matter for police. Well, that doesn't give residents any comfort. That doesn't deal with the issue. It doesn't deal with it in a timely manner. So we have to consider that. Is that something that we're willing to push across onto residents, that they're just going to be in this loop of phoning police and it won't necessarily be dealt with in a timely manner? And that's a part of what we have to consider. Good planning probably wouldn't put a 400-person tavern in this location. There was also concern around parking traffic, and there were a number of concerns, and it's been acknowledged that the management reports are either inadequate, deficient, and in some cases misleading or inconsistent. Staff responses that parking and traffic are predictably less than existing club premises as patrons are more likely to use rideshare, taxi and public transport. Well, I don't think we have any evidence to back up that statement. It's possibly true, but rideshare, taxi, that sort of thing causes a lot of impact on amenity with car doors opening, closing, banging, etc., etc. There are a number of comments saying that they would be happy with a restaurant or a small bar venue could be more appropriate. It would certainly be more tolerable, but that's not what we're faced with. I think, you know, how does this align with our council plan? I would say a small bar probably would. It would lead to connected community, but a 400-person tavern certainly doesn't. The other thing is we're being asked to support this with inadequate management plans. It went out for consultation with inadequate management plans. That's acknowledged by our staff. Really, those plans should have been put in place before it went for consultation, so community could comment on management plans that were deemed adequate, and we were
If you just wanted to wrap up, Councillor.
Thank you. And that then we would be making a judgment based on adequate management plans in place. I question how we can approve a DA with a subject to all these management plans needing to be put in place in an appropriate level that we're not having any oversight of. Thank you.
Thank you. I think now's an appropriate time to test Councillor Pine's amendment. Councillor Pine, we will have you moving your amendment, obviously. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Powell, thank you. Councillor Pine, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, this proposal's got a lot of dilemmas, given the public feedback around amenities that Councillor Johnson just highlighted. I think what needs to be considered is also, this is a planning matter and we have laws and requirements that need to be fulfilled. I understand that there are a number of conditions that are being placed on this application with respect to requiring updated management plan once, you know, the hours are known, an updated noise management plan. I understand that for the change of use, the fully fledged documents are not required. That's what the city has been informing us. The city has just responded to one of my key concerns was really around the noise management and the acoustic report, just particularly around the work that underpins that report to make sure that the right scenarios are being looked at to ensure that the right mitigation can be put in place. So my understanding is that if the right work gets done with respect to the noise management plan, mitigations that the owner may have to actually implement will be something that the city will look at. So we know that regulations have changed over time. I mean, the bar has been there for quite so many years and probably been using the same approvals that has been operating under the approvals that were granted a long time ago. Regulations and expectations have increased. particularly with respect to noise management, to protect the amenities of the people. So if I look at the proposal, it is within the Subiaco Activity Centre. We are being informed that the documents are in place for this approval and will require updated. However, we have some discretion. And there are some discretions that we have, which is really why I'd like to propose a change. We have discretion on stating some operating hours. Now, at the agenda briefing, we did request the data of all the bars within the Subiaco Activity Centre. So we received all the bars within the activity centres, small bars, and also the large taverns. There was a question today that one of the members of the public asked about how many taverns are there with a similar capacity within the Subiaco Activity Centre, which have essentially approved hours that are different. So within all the data that we've received, there is actually one tavern with 400, the capacity close to 400 people that has approved hours during the week up to 10 o'clock at night. Hence why I am proposing that the opening hours in the evenings during the weeks are actually reduced to 10 p.m. at night, because there is an analogue on the Hay Street, so which is not directly opposite residential area. What I'm fearing is that if we don't change the actual approval hours here tonight, somebody else will actually grant unlimited hours for operation. So wrestling with the proposal, hearing that the city, the applicant has met all the legal requirements, the only protection I can offer is reducing the opening hours where we have some discretion. So I'm choosing to exercise that discretion and actually reducing the hours to 10 o'clock at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Powell.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm happy to support this amendment. It may give some relief to residents concerned about the hours of operation of the tavern and how it may affect the amenity of their area, because up to 400 patients is a big number. Reduced hours might mean a reduced impact on the amenity and perhaps reduced late night social misbehaviour. Indeed, these hours are more consistent with the actual operating hours of many of the licensed venues in the city, rather than what their licensed hours are. So look, I'd be happy to support this proposed modicum of relief, and which the officer report says is within our remit. The more substantive change of use I'll address later when we return to the substantive debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against the amendment? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't feel especially strongly about this issue, but I think there are a few points to raise in consideration of this. Firstly, as Councillor Powell, I think, mentioned, the actual operating hours are generally less than the approved operating hours. So there's nothing to say that they would actually be operating all the way up until 11 in the evening. I'd also point out that while Councillor Pine is correct about the closing hours of the venue on Hay Street, it actually has longer hours during the day. It's approved from 9 a.m. through till 10, so they get to operate for 13 hours a day, whereas the current proposal is restricting them to 12 hours a day, and you're suggesting that we restrict them to 11 hours a day. So that is another consideration to bear in mind. The other point is that this is a different sort of venue. There's an upstairs area and a downstairs area. The downstairs area has generally been used for functions for things like quiz nights and cultural events. And I think that their plan is to continue operating in that sort of way. Those events often run late into the evening, and being able to operate until 11 does give them more scope to be able to operate those sorts of community events. So I think those are serious considerations that I think we should bear in mind when we're thinking about this.
Thank you. Any speakers for the amendment? Any speakers against? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. I think obviously I have put an alternate, so I'm sure you all know how I'm going to vote on the substantive. But I do think there's merit, at least, in reducing the operating hours. Operating hours is not just going to impact. It's not just about people being at the venue, it's also when staff would come and go and when deliveries would be coming and going. And that does have an impact on residents when you've got trucks delivering kegs, whatever. So I think, that can have an impact. And I think we need to be considering the impact for the neighbours across the road, residents, and the opening hours being till 11 every night of the week at least is a pretty big burden for residents across the road, immediately across the road.
Thank you. Councillor Burns, I saw your hand up earlier. Are you speaking for or against the amendment? Okay.
That's thrown a bit of a hard one, isn't it? Against, yes, because I'm not saying I won't support it, but I'm against it because it's just not enough. Okay, councillors, you need to understand whether it's 10 or it's 11 or midnight on Sunday. That doesn't mean everybody's quietly out the door as the clock strikes 12. Okay, it means it's last drinks. Okay, everybody's heard it. Last drinks. Okay, because it's 12. Doesn't mean you're out the door. Okay, then you leave after you finish them, chat with your friends outside and everything else. So let's keep in mind these times, okay, aren't, it's not over. Okay, this is just when it's beginning to get over. All right. So yes, is it a good idea? Yes. Okay. Is it satisfactory to me? Absolutely not. I bow with Councillor Johnston's proposal that it should be a refusal, and we'll get to that later, as Councillor Powell said. But yeah, I appreciate it, but it just doesn't go far enough where I come from. Thank you.
Okay, speaker for the amendment. Speaker against? Councillor de Vries.
I've given it some thought because I obviously can see the merits in trying, in this case, looking to respond to community consultation and having concerns. But I think this comes down to, do we believe that our planning system can adequately, our management plans can adequately protect? Now, I think we're standing in two camps, one that's saying, no, they're just woefully inadequate. The police won't arrive on time. There's going to be shuffling of people with kegs, delivery of kegs. There's going to be antisocial behaviour. Now, I'm not a regular pub or tavern frequenter, but I haven't really seen any of this in Subiaco. Now, perhaps I am wrong. I am suggesting that perhaps I'm wrong. But I genuinely feel that this is coming from a fear base rather than from a confidence base. I don't think...
Sorry,
I could be
people
wrong,
in the
but
gallery.
Thank you for the gallery for your feedback.
We won't have a discussion between
I'm not
councillors.
debating.
Hold on, Councillor de Vries. Councillor de Vries, can you just wait a second?
Yeah.
We want you to be welcome. We want you to engage. We want you to follow the debate, but please let the councillors have their debate now, because this is where the rubber hits the road and councillors need to convince each other one way or the other as to the right vote. Yeah. Councillor de Vries.
Yeah, no, that's right. And thank you for that. I think, look, it's in the Subiaco Activity Centre. It's the zoning is there for it. I understand there are concerns. I'm a little bit mystified, to be honest, how 400 people will ever fill that place. I'm just like, it is highly, in my mind, highly unlikely. But if, I understand the motivation for it, but I think we've already switched the dial back from 12 to 11. I just can't see, perhaps, that it would make a huge difference. As perhaps Councillor Burns pointed out, it's not his idea of a solution either. But in my case, I think it's about trusting the process. Will the police turn up for every door that's slammed? No, obviously not. And I'm, maybe I'm, possibly haven't had the lived experience of it, but it was always there. It has always been there. It's just gone into a bit of a lull. So I'm not absolutely sure why we would restrict the time when I would probably predict that most cases it will be closed by 10, but there may be the odd event where it's open later. So let's give the owners that flexibility for the odd occasion they want to have it open later than 10, but looking at across the city, it seems to be most bars and taverns are closing by 10.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor O'Connor on the amendment, that is.
Thank you for the reminder, Mayor McMullen. Yes, I'm speaking against the amendment. I don't feel that we can make direct comparisons between this particular establishment and other premises, other licensed premises in Subiaco. It has a very different form, and the owners have noted in their submission that they want to be able to host a range of private and community events, including birthdays, engagements, weddings, corporate functions and cultural events. And in some cases, those events may occur in this timeframe between Monday to Thursday and may require a later opening period. I think the evidence that we've been presented as councillors indicates that most licensed premises that do have a planning restriction timeframe, and many of them don't, those that do have timeframes are not opening to those timeframes anyway. So the business is simply not there to make it a financially viable option for them to open late until 11 o'clock at night. And I can't see why this establishment would be any different in that regard. I cannot see it opening until 11 o'clock at night during those weekdays, which I imagine are of particular concern to the community, which is not to say they're not concerned about the weekends as well. But I also don't necessarily see it staying open till 12 o'clock at night on those weekends either, because the evidence we have is that that is simply not the business model that people are applying in Subiaco. Places are closing earlier. So I think that it's actually important to enable the applicants to have that flexibility to be open later during that period that the amendment proposes, drawing the time frame back, on those rare occasions that they want to stay open later for a particular event.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Fife.
Thank you. And I will also be voting against the amendment. I think for the points that Councillor O'Connor just made, that the bars and the taverns that I have, I wouldn't say a habit of frequenting, but I do go to them. They have licences that go well beyond when they stay open too, and I imagine that this is going to be the case. One of the things that I read when this bar changed hands, they talked about cultural events, they talked about theatre, they talked about occasional events that are run or have traditionally been run at the club that they were looking to continue. And I imagine that there will be occasions where those events won't finish before 10 o'clock, and I don't want to put a restriction on that. And I think the commercial reality of virtually every other establishment that I know of in Subiaco means that they'll close. You don't want to pay staff to be hanging around when everyone's gone home. So I don't think restricting the licence is going to address the substantive issues of noise and change of amenity to any great degree.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the vote on the amendment. Okay, and the amendment's lost on a vote of 4 to 5. Okay, so we continue on with the debate on the substantive motion.
Just reminding myself who's spoken already. I think we've had 3 speakers, 2 speakers for, 1 against, so I'll be looking for a speaker for. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor McMullen. Look, it's always challenging when council has to make decisions where there are competing interests. On the one hand, the owners, who I think it's important to remember are also ratepayers, are looking to change the use of this premises from a club to a tavern. And on the other hand, we have residents, also ratepayers, who have concerns about the impact on amenity that that change might bring. There are several key issues for me on this item. Firstly, there's been a club operating from this premises, as we heard, since 1907. The Irish Club's the most recent of these and operated at that location for almost 50 years. And the applicant's not proposing to change the capacity of the premises. And as we've heard, it's divided quite clearly into 2 separate zones, with the ground floor with the stage. During the time it was the Irish Club, the ground floor area was rented out for functions and concerts, and I've attended events there myself. And furthermore, as we've heard, since 1988, it was also open to the general public for sporting events during winter. And during that period, it effectively operated like a tavern. Now, I've obviously heard from residents today that they have noted some issues, but during that time, the city itself has only had 1 noise complaint relating to the Irish Club. Secondly, for me, although this building is located at the start of a largely residential street, it and several of the nearby residents are nevertheless part of the area zoned town centre under LPS 5. And the houses and the club, the old club, also fall within the Subiaco Activity Centre plan, and that aims to foster a vibrant and diverse city centre. To me, therefore, the use of the building as a tavern seems consistent with the planning framework that council itself has adopted. Nevertheless, it is in an area that interfaces with residential properties in the centre zone and also in the next block behind to the south, which is a residential zone. And I want to acknowledge the submissions that we have received and the concerns that were raised. So for me, it's important that appropriate mechanisms are in place to ensure that the impact on residents and properties, residential properties and others, are minimised, and critical to that are the plans that support the application, the waste management, noise management and house management plan. Now, my understanding of how these plans work is that they are living documents that will be updated and refined as the application goes through further approval processes, including, most importantly, with the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries, which covers the liquor licensing side of things. But in line with that iterative process, the officer recommendation includes a number of conditions that will require amendments to the plans. The officer recommendations also, importantly to my mind, flag that the list of issues in the conditions is not exclusive. That is, further matters may be added as more information becomes available and as the proposal goes through these further approvals. I appreciate that means that neither council nor residents have before them the final versions of all of these important plans, or the subsequent reports that will flow, such as those mentioned by our Acting Director of Technical Services in response to Councillor Pine's earlier question. And so we can't be reassured that they're going to achieve their stated objectives, but that is simply not possible because of the succession of permits that are required, of which the change of use is the first in that process. There is the recommendation includes reducing the opening hours from 11 to 11, Sunday to Thursday. And as we've already discussed, these are maximum opening hours. They're not the hours the premises will necessarily be open. And I've already stated that I support them having that flexibility. On balance, I feel this application for a change of use can be supported. I am confident that appropriate checks will be put in place to ensure it operates respectfully, and if it does not, that there are appropriate levers to ensure that it will.
Thank you. A speaker against. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. And I apologise previously for being a little uppity like those guys were. Speaking out of turn. Councillors, this is a discretionary decision, okay? We've got a choice, okay? And a discretionary decision is appealable at the tribunal. We know that, okay? We also know that we're only here because people objected. And when they objected, that initiated us to meet to make the decision. If they hadn't objected, the decision would have been made by the administration. That's it. There would have been no discussion. But they did object, okay? And now it is our decision, okay? There's no right or wrong to it, okay? For me, it's gut feeling. I can look at these documents and as far as I'm concerned, they are just words on a piece of paper, okay? And they're meaningless. Director Petrosky, when I asked him to cite what immediate actions we could take, gave us none, okay? We can take immediate actions, as in we can initiate something that'll happen down the track. But can we help immediately when you can't sleep? No, okay? And I believe that is what the outcome's going to be. One, in the immediate curtilage, okay, and also in the greater curtilage as we move to the south. And people walk out of the premises. Councillors, because we don't have the means of control, okay, it puts us in the coalface, okay? The bottom line is when people can't sleep, they call somebody and they call us, okay? I don't want to be called. Okay, because I'll take the call, but I don't want to. And I'm not going to beg anybody to call the people to vote for this and don't call me because I'm not voting for it, okay? But give me a call anyway, okay? I will answer the phone. But I'm telling you, okay, the best thing we can do with this is not guess decisions. I hear it's likely, it's possible. Okay, we are not here to guess what is likely or what is possible. I'm here, in my opinion, to say what can go wrong. I'm not worried about what could go wrong. I mean, it could be dead as a doornail. Two old guys sitting in there with one old barkeeper, okay, every night, nobody ever cares. I suspect that is not going to be the case. Okay, I suspect these business people will do everything they can to get all of 400 people in there to the last minute if they can. Perhaps they can't. Anyway, councillors, again, I'll just take it. It's discretionary. Just remember, you've got a choice. You can say, no, this is an intensification, or you can say, maybe it's not, okay? If you say no, it's no big deal. It will be appealed, okay? And if there is righteous cause to have it, the tribunal will approve this discretionary decision. I'll leave it in your hands.
Thank you. A speaker for. Councillor Fife.
My sense is also a little bit about we don't know what the future holds. All we can go on is what the local bars and the local historical use has been of this area. And it is unfortunate that it is adjacent to a residential zone, but it's zone central. We've got a desire and a responsibility as the Council of Subiaco to approve activities within the centre zone that are going to foster the type of vibrancy that our community is going to desire and for entertainment and for recreation for generations to come. I've been to many Irish bars, generally speaking, that play a bit of music, a bit of guitar music. People have a few Guinnesses, they go home at 10 o'clock. On weekends, they'll stay longer. For sure, that's how I'd imagine that this is going to play out. I'm not imagining there's going to be 400 people there every night till 11 o'clock getting out on the street and drunk. St. Patrick's Day is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem every year, always has been, because it's such a magnet for people. But other than that, I'd anticipate that it'll run like most of the other bars in Subiaco without too much issue. My heart goes out to people for the people that are on the street directly opposite that are leaving. And it's a balance between, if it was just you guys, it wasn't the rest of the community, be like, no way known should this go ahead, but we've got to look after the whole of the community as well. All I know is that there's going to be noise. There's going to be people coming out having smokes. There's going to be people hiring Ubers. There's going to be people looking to make all sorts of noise as they leave the club. That is going to be inevitable. And I don't know, from a practical point of view, what I'd be doing would be to be working with the owners or the prospective owners to have a look at potentially noise mitigation factors either at people's homes with laminate 6.5 mil glass that'll cut 65% decibels out. I noticed that most of those residents have 6 panels of glass and a door. So, you know, there are solutions to mitigate noise, to diminish the impact on those people's amenity. So I'll be voting for this proposal.
Speaker against? Speaker for or against? Question?
No, I said I'd speak on the substantive. I think everybody please.
Almost. Councillor Powell, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Look, I said I'd speak on the substantive, and I think most people have spoken, so I'm just going to fulfil my word. Look, this should be simple, a change of use from licensed club that's been there for many years to a licensed tavern, but things are never as simple as they first seem. And look, we know that local residents are concerned that the change of use will bring many more people to the tavern and that will affect their amenity. Now, whether there will be a substantial influx is just unknown. So really we're being asked to decide on something where we can't really predict the future. We can't say what is going to happen. All we can do is try and put controls in place. And look, there have been a couple of unexpected hurdles for the residents. Firstly, it was unfortunate, I think, that some residents received short notice of the application to change the use due to staff shortages here at the city. Secondly, that the proposed tavern is in the city activity centre plan, and so the tavern is under the SACP planning. Where the neighbours across the road are in residential zoning, but there was no transition zone when the SACP was brought in. So the neighbours will not be afforded the same protections normally afforded to residential areas. And look, just so that there's no misconception, I will be supporting the officer recommendation, although I can say I'm far from overwhelmed by the applicant's house management plan. For quite a bit of it, it seems to be saying that they will abide by existing laws like licensing and noise, but and it does cover them, waste management, deliveries and the like, so it does meet the minimums, and staff say so that is satisfactory. Although I do query comments like in the house management plan that patrons will be required to leave the premises in an orderly manner with clear signage and staff guidance to remind them that to respect the surrounding community. Staff will encourage patrons to avoid loud conversations or disruptors' behaviour as they depart. I just wonder how that's ever going to work. And as soon as they're back on the street, of course, they're no longer the tavern's responsibility. So what does that really mean in a management plan? Nor am I over the moon about some of their other arguments in their submission, such as the proposal contributes to street-level activation, enhancing residential appeal of the town centre. The hospitality model creates a safe, community-oriented environment that complements residential development. Evening activation provides passive surveillance and contributes to residents' perceptions of safety. Really, I don't think I'm going to go along and hang outside tavern of the night because it makes me feel safe. And yeah, look, perhaps alcohol makes people less observant rather than more. And on the traffic impact statement, there are 900 parking bays in the area, which far exceeds the 58 bays that might be required at peak demand. And of course, as everybody knows, there's never any trouble getting parking in Subiaco. But despite these concerns, when you get to tin tax, none of these constitutes valid planning grounds for refusal. The Irish Club's been there for a long time. There have been only a few complaints about it in those years, and I think fears about future impact on amenity would be difficult to argue at SAT, where it will end up if we refuse it. Staff also insist that the conditions they recommend will address those fears about amenity. So while I'm not happy with the way this change of use may have been presented, I think we'd be on a hiding to nothing if we go to SAT. So reluctantly, I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just briefly enter the debate to indicate that I'll be supporting the officer recommendation as well. I think the planning arguments have been well made out in the planning report and in the speeches of those councillors who've voted, who've spoken for the officer recommendation. And I think in a planning sense, it's one of those matters where it is what it is. It's a centrally zoned site, and we're talking about a change from a club to a pub. But I want to just speak from a different point of view, and that is the desire in the business community, and I think also the residential community, to see Subiaco's trajectory of vibrancy continue. You've all, I'm sure, councillors, had conversations in the street and everywhere else where you've been told that people can't believe how Subi's turned a corner and how well Subi is doing at the moment. And it's that type of motivation which I think makes it important to not go looking for reasons to refuse an application like this when the planning framework can support an approval. And I certainly don't support as a strategy refusing so that someone else, such as SAT, can make the decision. I think that's the wrong approach for a local government authority in our position. And if we're approaching this from a purely planning exercise, like I said earlier, it is what it is. But from a broader point of view, this will bring good things for Subiaco. It'll be a continuation of the vibrancy and the business confidence that this city and this council has worked hard to generate, and which has generated in the last few years. And I want people to continue saying that they can't believe how well Subi has done. And they'll stop saying that if we're not willing to support things like changes from an Irish club to an Irish pub. So I support the officer recommendation, and I look forward to hearing the close, and then I'll put the matter to the vote. No, you're just debating with me, councillor. No, I haven't said anything about you, so there is nothing to clarify. Yeah, but you've had your debate. You've had your debate. You've had your debate. There's no more chance to speak, Councillor Burns. Councillor Jones, did you want to? Well, I mean, strictly speaking, you can seek a personal explanation if I've said something about you.
Okay, right. Well, a point of explanation about what I said.
I mean, this is a debate. You're having another bite at the cherry. You've debated. I've debated. Now you want to have another go at it.
The horse is bolted anyway. So
Okay, well, it will have bolted when you let me ask Councillor Jones to close.
Thank you, Mayor. Notwithstanding the residents' entirely reasonable concerns, this application has been assessed by planning officers as being in compliance with all the planning requirements. We have a set of planning regulations which specifically contemplate this sort of activity in this area. We're bound by those regulations and can only refuse on sound planning grounds. This approval includes sufficient conditions to mitigate the amenity effects on the residents, and I believe that it's going to provide a valuable function venue for community activities. I support the proposal.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote now. Okay, the motion's carried 6-3. We'll move on. Sure. Let's adjourn until 8 o'clock. We'll be back on at 8 p.m.
6:01 p.m. So we'll resume the meeting now. Okay, I know there's people who'd like us to get to C6. I did have a request earlier that we move C6 up in the order of debate, but look, I think we've only got C4 and C5 between now and C6, and they won't be nearly as long as C1. So I think we just press forward with C4, which is the next item. So C4, Evans Street to Keatley Road Safe Active Street Project, traffic monitoring results. We've got the officer recommendation, no special voting requirements, no amendments or alternatives. Do I have a mover and a seconder for C4? Councillor Powell, moving. Councillor Fife, seconding. Thank you. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, the Evans Street Safe Active Street has been quite a journey, and now we are reaching towards the end of the road, if you'll forgive the pun. It began about 5 or 6 years ago with public consultations, and it's been a step-by-step process ever since. Part of that process was a promise by the city to conduct traffic studies after the Safe Active Street was created, and to see what effect it had on traffic flows in both Evans Street and the surrounding streets. And look, I'm grateful when this came before council in February that fellow elected members supported giving more time for the local residents to assess the figures provided by the traffic surveys. And look, it has shown that there has been a rise in traffic numbers in adjacent streets, and there is some contention about how the percentage of those increases are being handled. But the specific numbers are not high, an estimated couple of vehicles per hour increase, and that's well within the capacity of the local streets to handle. Accompanying the traffic studies was a pledge, still in force, I think, that if the SAS had a serious impact on the surrounding streets, that action would be taken to remediate it. Staff say the figures show that this is not necessary at this time. There are no real problems. Tonight we did hear a request from the gallery for some traffic measures in Morgan Street, a stop sign, I think. And look, things like that those traffic figures can support, if there is a case to be made. And the other good point about the traffic monitoring is that it will continue with more to be done next year. So this is ongoing. While we heard from the gallery tonight that there's no definitive reason for the increasing traffic, personally I suspect population growth than densification, but these studies will provide a key tool to fight to maintain the amenity of our residential streets. And just on the subject of why we're getting safe active streets, first, the state government has made it pretty clear it wants a network of bike paths, and safe active streets are part of that. It wants to get people out of cars, and if you want to get people to use other forms of transport, you need safe places for them to use them. And it's not just about the benefits of cycling or increasingly e-bikes and e-scooters. There are other issues like reduced transport emissions. It's also about combustion busting. An electric car doesn't take up any less space than a conventional car, but an e-bike certainly does. And it's about safety. The SAS has a 30-kilometre speed limit. The fatality rate in car versus pedestrian at 60 kilometres an hour is about 80%. At 30 kilometres, it's 15%. That's a really big reduction. And I spoke about safety in my opening remarks, and look, I'll expand briefly on that in my personal experience on Evans Street itself, because I've become a regular user on my e-bike or my e-scooter, so much so that I thought I might have to declare a partiality interest. But of course, such a thing doesn't exist. But I have an observation, it's purely personal, that drivers are now more courteous on Evans Street than on other streets. They are driving more slowly because of the 30-kilometre speed limit. They're more willing to give way or share the road than, say, neighbouring Onslow Road where I live, where I feel it's, when I'm on my bike or scooter, I'm more of a speed impediment and an obstacle to be passed. On the scooter, I much prefer being on Evans Street. I'd just like to see more cyclists using it. So I'm happy to support the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mayor. I also will support the officer recommendation, but I have a bone to pick about the way that the data has been presented in the officer report. It describes the increase in east-west traffic as negligible, framing it through the lens of technical road carrying capacity. The officer's report states that an increase from 300 to 330 vehicles per day represents only a 1% change in the theoretical capacity of a local road. But that framing misses the point entirely. For residents, what matters is not the theoretical maximum a road can carry, but the real-world increase in traffic volumes, and the increase is closer to 10% in just 16 months. When we talk about roads like Wayland and Morgan, having a carrying capacity of 3,000 vehicles per day would put them at the level of about where Onslow Road is today. 250 vehicles an hour over a 12-hour period, one vehicle every 15 seconds, and far more during peak periods. And if those vehicles were to be largely through traffic heading towards Herbert and Railway, we can all imagine the gridlock noise and stress that would cause local residents. A more meaningful way to interpret the data is this. We've seen a 9 to 10% increase in traffic in just over a year, while population growth sits at around 3% annually. So the question becomes, where is the traffic coming from, and what does it signal about the pressure our suburb is facing? Very high on the concerns that residents across Shenton Park are bringing to our attention concern traffic, about rising speeds and volumes on Herbert, Onslow and Aberdare roads, about the safety of pedestrians crossing busy roads, and about the difficulty of right-hand turns from Derby and Herbert into Aberdare. These are not abstract worries, they reflect lived experience. I understand that we are pursuing 40km/h local speed limits, and that's a positive step. But as population density increases, both within Shenton Park and in the neighbouring suburbs, particularly given the future development of Irwin Barracks and substantial developments in adjoining suburbs and neighbourhoods, we can only expect through traffic to grow. If the current rate of increase continues, traffic volumes could double within 7 years and double again in the 7 years after that. That is why it is important that we do not dismiss these early signs as negligible. Instead, we should keep a close eye on traffic movements, anticipate the inevitable rise in volumes, and take proactive steps to ensure that traffic is channelled along the arterial roads designed for that purpose. And we must ensure that those arterial roads are safe for all users, including pedestrians, cyclists and people making everyday crossings. I note that further monitoring is planned for 2027, and I look forward to seeing that data. Perhaps it will signal that the increases that we've seen in recent times are just a blip in long-term volatility of traffic in the area. Many in the community suspect that it is not. I also look forward to the upcoming review of transport policy, which will be an important opportunity to get on the front foot and ensure that our road and traffic planning responds to the current and emerging traffic issues in Shenton Park.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Councillor Powell, anything to close on? I'll put C4 to the vote. Okay, C4 is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to C5, the tender for the Station Street and Hood Street upgrade. This was pulled from en bloc. There's no particular voting requirements or amendments or alternatives on the table. So do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation on C5? Councillor De Vries, thank you. We'll have you moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnston, thank you. Councillor De Vries.
So, yeah, obviously I support the recommendation to award tender A8238 for the Station Street and Hood Street upgrade. This is a well-considered project that delivers clear outcomes in safety, accessibility and value for money, and it reflects the type of practical, place-based investment our community expects. Firstly, and most importantly, this project addresses a known safety issue. We have consistently received feedback from the community about the difficulty of safely crossing Station Street, concerns about the condition of the surrounding infrastructure. Just as late as today, I received a concern about it. This is a high activity area near the train station, local businesses and pedestrian movement corridors. And the current arrangement does not adequately support safe and accessible movement. The proposed works, including A raised zebra crossing, speed plateaus, and a central medium island are not cosmetic upgrades. They are targeted safety interventions designed to reduce vehicle speeds, minimise conflict points, and prioritise pedestrian movement. Furthermore, the project strikes a balance between safety and functionality. It maintains access for service vehicles and local businesses while addressing operational inefficiencies, particularly around loading zones and traffic movements. The rationalisation of parking and loading arrangements reflects a practical response to real-world use of the space rather than a one-size-fits-all design. The consultation undertaken, which includes direct engagement with key landowners such as Atalanta Investments and a major tenants like Coles and Woolworths, demonstrates that this is a collaborative and supported outcome. That level of stakeholder support is significant. From a financial and governance perspective, this recommendation represents strong value for money. The recommended contractor has been assessed through a robust procurement process and has demonstrated the required capability, experience, and competitive pricing. The tender sits within the approved budget and is supported by external grant funding from Main Roads WA and a co-contribution from Atalanta Investments. This reduces the financial burden on the city while delivering a project with clear public benefit. This project aligns directly with the Council Plan 2025 to 2035, particularly under Pillar 4, Livable Places. We have committed to enhancing streets and laneways as safe, walkable places for people to provide wheelchair access. It improves pedestrian priorities, supports accessibility for people with mobility needs, and enhances the overall functionality of the streetscape. For these reasons, I support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I'm happy to support the recommendation, noting that it has a subject to financial contribution by Atalanta and grant funding, and if that all goes through as per the officer report, then I think that's great. Anything that improves pedestrian safety in the areas certainly valued by the community. I think I've certainly had direct complaints from community members about pedestrian safety and access in that vicinity. I hope and look forward that, based on conversation I had with Director Hamley today and some communication during the week, that perhaps going forward there might be a review of pedestrian safety on Hood Street and potentially in the future something to be done with some advocacy to Main Roads on improving the access and safety across Hood Street where the Coles car park entry is, because this doesn't really cover that, but hopefully in future that will be improved as well in the same manner. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Question, Councillor Burns.
Look, I apologise for not asking this last week. I didn't just pick it up, and it's probably my inability to read. But the question is this: when it talks about the contribution from the investment company nobody can pronounce, and I'm not going to try, it reads the project will. No, sorry, what page? It's the contribution is 50%, which is estimated at $100,000. Am I reading that their 50% equals $100,000, or it's 50% of $100,000? It's just the way it reads. I'm at a bit of a loss. It's on page 28.
Yep, thanks for that. Acting Director, Technical Services.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. The contribution is actually 50% towards the total cost of the paving works, and their share is $105,000. So the total cost is $210 for the paving.
Thanks. So just so I've got my maths right, so I can vote on this. the tenders, the 440, we're going to get 100 from Main Roads, and we're going to get it roughly 100 from things, so we're at 240.
Acting Director.
Yes, Councillor, in rough terms, that's correct.
Okay, so were there any other speakers? Doesn't look like it. Nothing to close on. I'll put C5 to the vote. C5 is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Which brings us to C6, the Civic Building and Gardens. In addition to the officer recommendation, we have an amendment from Councillor Pine and an alternative from Councillor Burns. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation on C6? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor Jones, seconding. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. I'm not going to speak to this item for very long. I want to start by thanking all those people again who made submissions or signed petitions or shared their views with me and other councillors in other forums. And I also want to thank the people who spoke today and at other times that this item has been before us. It is wonderful to have such lively ongoing engagement on this matter. As I mentioned at last month's meeting, and as was demonstrated here tonight by the questions and submissions, there is a diversity of views about this project. How big it should be, what functions it should have, what impact there should be on Rankin Gardens, how much it should cost, and whether the existing building could be repurposed or extended. To somewhat complicate our considerations, as the AHA report notes, people often had different sentiments about different aspects of the project. They liked what was proposed for the gardens, but not the detail of the building, and vice versa. This was also borne out in many of the conversations that I had with residents as well. We also had some very creative suggestions put to us about where we might house our administration and how we might do that elsewhere that I feel it's important that we should investigate. We also need to consider the project in the wider context, in my view, of the need for community space and also public open space. And of course, as time has moved on, the world and our economic environment has become more volatile and unpredictable, which is now yet another consideration for Council. There are some very complex considerations ahead for us. And I see the next stage of that process as one of being us leaving no stone unturned in our rigorous investigations. And I believe that process is concisely captured in the recommendation before us, which will provide Council with both the time, information, and also, importantly to my mind, the flexibility that we need to make decisions. This is such a significant project for the city and its residents, whatever decision we make. It is essential that we take a prudent and measured approach, and therefore I support the recommendation, which will allow us to progress in that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. This motion seeks to continue progress on the Civic Precinct project. The concept design has been presented to the community, and we've received a wide range of feedback, positive, negative, and neutral. And external experts have now analysed and distilled this feedback into key themes that reflect community priorities. One common issue raised in the feedback was the lack of a business case for the proposed design, which I believe stemmed from a common misunderstanding that the city had already committed to a design. In fact, nothing has been chosen or approved. I absolutely agree that a business case is required before committing to any design. This motion ensures that that step happens only after incorporating the outcomes of community consultation. So now that the consultation is complete, staff can begin refining the feedback into a range of options for the Council's consideration. Each option will include enough detail to support development of a sound business case, exploring different scales and scopes, such as new builds, refurbishments, community facilities, landscaping, and other relevant features. Importantly, one of those options must include abandoning the project altogether so that we clearly understand the consequences of not proceeding. Whilst $64 million project cost is significant, doing nothing also carries substantial costs. The existing building at 241 Rockaby Road is derelict. It costs over $1 million annually to house staff elsewhere, and we cannot ignore the site indefinitely. Therefore, if we were to abandon the project, there must be a strong business case to justify that decision as well. This motion directs staff to provide the necessary information so that Council can make a well-informed, long-term decision for Subiaco's future, whether that means constructing a new administration centre or continuing to lease space at high ongoing cost. We already know our community expects us to resolve the issue of staff accommodation for the next 50 years. We know that our current facilities are inadequate and costly. With expert advice from architects, quantity surveyors and other professionals, our staff are ready to prepare a comprehensive set of options for Council's review. This motion ensures that they can proceed with that work, enabling them to perform their roles effectively so that we can fulfil ours.
Thank you. Councillors, is there anyone wanting to speak against at this point? Okay, now might be a good time to test your amendment. Councillor Pine, do I have a seconder for Councillor Pine's amendment? Councillor Johnston, thank you. Before we get into debating the amendment, I just wanted to flag that this to me is a complex question that might benefit from being broken down when it's time to call the vote, if you're comfortable with that as the submitter of the amendment, or is it intended to be an all or nothing thing?
I'd like it an all or nothing.
Okay. Councillor Pine.
No, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the recommendation. The current officer's recommendation is a little bit too loose in my words. I mean, it's not very specific in what we're asking the CEO, and it's also not all-encompassing. I understand the City would like time to consider its response to public consultation, but let's align on the key next steps. There are three main amendments that I would like the councillors to consider. The first one being setting a capital ceiling for the project consistent with a long-term financial plan aligned with the approved council plan and a desire to keep the rate increases low. The second change is to introduce a stage-gate approach to decision-making, with key decisions being brought to council for debate and decision-making. Key deliverables are also to include a project execution contracting strategy and a community centre needs gap analysis against existing community centres. The third item is I would like to put on the record that care needs to be taken when using the community sentiment quantified analysis in the AHA report conclusion. So let me expand on the first point, which is the setting the capital ceiling. To date, the City has not set a capital ceiling or budget for this project. Like looking to buy a house or build a house, it is important to know how much the City can earmark for this project, given that there are future plans for Lord's redevelopment, the depot, as outlined in the council plan, as well as providing ongoing operating costs for the City services. Having a project underpinned by a long-term financial plan with appropriate scenarios will provide confidence to the community that sound financial risk management is being taken. Testing of the key options being evaluated and risks of these options against the long-term financial plan will help inform the robustness of the recommended options to be taken into detailed design and set an appropriate capital ceiling for that option. I just wanted to give an example. If you're having a $300 million project, you might be able to afford the $300 million, but you may not be able to afford 350. You may only be able to afford 350. But for a smaller project, 50 million, you may be able to afford the 50 million, and you may also be able to easily afford the project doubling in costs, but you wouldn't have been able to afford the doubling of costs of the $300 million project. Hence, for each option, you need to set an affordable range, essentially, or a ceiling, encompassing within the whole financial plan. One would certainly expect to set a ceiling to be set once a concept has been selected. It is also important to evaluate the options within the broader context of future project. I'd like to address the officer's feedback on the concern about the confidentiality if setting a budget. A budget can be set and remain a confidential matter. It is good to see the city will maintain financial models to allow an up-to-date view of the whole life cycle cost of the project versus all the other alternatives being considered. What I am asking is that this project should be evaluated in the context of the council plan, so that after spending money on this project, we also want to have money left to spend on Lords, the depot, and also the other items that we want to invest in. Moving on to the second point, which is related to key decision being brought to council. The current resolution sets out a report to be brought to council at the end of the phase of work, presenting options evaluation, updated design brief and project management plan, and a business case. As you're all aware, councillors attend regular workshops to discuss this project. Workshops are not formal decision-making forums for councillors, but are more sounding boards to the city staff to complete their work. The community has made constructive suggestions on alternatives to the new build option. The community also highlighted a lack of transparency and lack of information available to them. As a first step, providing a report on which option are part of the evaluation and the options evaluation criteria before evaluation is undertaken and to be agreed at council meeting provides additional transparency to the community, and it also ensures appropriate debate takes place. Bringing key decision to council is important to set up the project for success.
Take a couple of minutes to finish up.
Thank you. So this part of the amendment gives the opportunity to elected members to decide which decision needs to be brought back to council. The final item that I want to highlight, I mean, I won't debate on the AHA report. I think everybody can read the actual comments that I'm making. The AHA report uses a certain methodology. It did not include the petition in the overall community sentiment analysis. I just want the councillors to be careful when using the quantified numbers from the AHA report. It's only one part of the information on decision making, but it is in the conclusion, and there's a number of conclusions in the AHA report that are not based statistically on the right data, on statistically significant data. But the last point that I want to make is really also, I have requested for a report on community centres. It is an input. Currently, our existing community centre are not well utilised. Tom Dador has a utilisation of 21%. So it is important that we do use our existing assets to the fullest extent before adding new ones, and we need to be clear about what improvements are required, and that will serve as an input into the project. I also requested for a report on the project execution contract strategy to address some of the concerns on the local and global environment, on market supply and resources and availability, etc. It is very volatile, so it is important to debate how we're going to go about the contracting strategy before we start the detailed design. So, in summary, I urge councillors, let's bring this key decision to council for this important project in a staged manner. Let's ensure the options we select to pursue aligns with a long-term financial plan, and let's set a capital ceiling for the options for these projects. Let's ensure that we have a project execution contracting strategy is prepared in addition to all the key deliverables that are mentioned in the officer's report. And let's be really careful when we look at the conclusion in the AHA report on community sentiment. I do acknowledge the themes that came out of the AHA report as being appropriate, but not in the detail around the quantified numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I absolutely support Councillor Pine's amendment. I think, you know, it just gives us a number of things at the officer recommendation, which is good. This gives us a bit more. So it puts in that we can put some ceilings in place for different options. It doesn't say this is a hard, fast budget for the whole project. It lets us explore the options, look at different options and put ceilings in place for each one of those that we want to go forward with. And they could be different for different options. So it gives us that level of control and oversight, which is part of our role. I don't know why we wouldn't want that. It's legislated that we need to plan for the future. So that means setting budgets and having that oversight. To do that, we also should have in place the key informing documents that we need for strategic decision making, which this certainly is, and that would be the long-term financial plan in place and the asset management plan in place. These are being updated, but we don't actually have those updated documents at the moment, and we haven't been, we're not referring to those in any of this consideration. They should be. That should be part of what we are referring to. It's part of, integrated planning, reporting, etc. The other key amendment that Councillor Pines put forward is this stage-gated approach. She refers to some reports that would need to come back to Council to refer to that we would be considering and making decisions about based on those reports at OCM. I think that's really important. Again, it gives us more oversight, more control, more direction. Makes it transparent. And workshops, they're great for certain things, but they're also things need to be determined, important strategic decisions, and the process in getting there. Some of those things need to be determined in an OCM where everyone has an equal voice and everyone has an equal vote. And everyone's in the room, usually. People are not absent, etc., etc. So I think this is an improvement on the officer recommendation. I think it's an important amendment, and I thank Councillor Pine for it. And I think we should be embracing this. It gives us more opportunity to fulfil our role and responsibilities.
Thank you. Any speakers against the amendment? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just a little bit confused about what Councillor Johnson was saying about this being a ceiling for each business plan, and my understanding is that this is a ceiling for the project as a whole before we develop any business plans. I think that's correct. So I'm asking Councillor Pine, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, is that the intent of the amendment?
So the intent of the amendment is the first step is really putting a financial plan for the city, which aligns with the council plan, for which within that you have a project. If the project scope is to build just an office, we will need to also address the community needs in that overall financial plan. So obviously the amount that you would set in the ceiling in that scenario will be a certain amount because the whole thing needs to hang together. So the intent is actually to use the long-term financial plan to test each of these options and how much we can afford for each of those options so that you can help the selection of the options that you recommend. And then once you've recommended a certain option, then you set actually an absolute ceiling for that option that you've selected. So you use the long-term financial plan to also test the options that you've got. Because at the moment, we're only looking at economics of the project as the project, but not in consideration of what we might want to do to other community centres, to Lords, etc. So the whole thing needs to hang together.
Okay, does that give you enough to debate on, Councillor Jones?
Sorry, I'm still not entirely clear. It talks about the project, a budget for the project. And does the project mean, like, it's the order in which these things, you're proposing this to be done. Is this we develop a budget and then develop business plans for various options, or we develop a set of business plans and have a budget for each of those?
Well, I mean, we can all read. It says a capital ceiling for the project.
For the project, eventually, we will have a capital ceiling for the project for the recommended option that we have.
Okay, I don't think that's a capital ceiling. Well, I mean, it says a capital ceiling for the project. You're saying a capital ceiling for different options.
So what I'm saying is actually, in the process of selecting the option that becomes the project, you will have done the analysis of those options against the long-term financial plan, and then you will set a capital ceiling for the recommended option that you choose to go into detailed design. So that's
okay. Well, Councillor Jones, you've asked a question. You've got Councillor Pine's explanation, and the amendment says what it says.
Okay, I'm still not entirely clear about the order in which these things happen.
Councillor Johnston. Unless it's a point of order, there's really nothing for you to say at this point.
It was a personal. Can I make a statement because Councillor Jones?
Okay, I think we're getting into some really bad habits tonight at people wanting to make personal statements about things that are being said in debate when it's not their turn to talk. If there was something that was said about you and you want to correct it, that lends itself to a personal explanation. Councillor Jones.
All right. Okay, my understanding of this is that it's asking us to develop a budget prior to a budget for this entire project, because we're in this project, right? The project, it is the precinct project. We're talking about developing business proposals within that, but my reading is that there is one budget within that we would then assess the business plans against. Now, my concern with doing that is how we're going to work out what that budget might be. Obviously, when you're buying a house, you need to work out how much money you've got. You look at what you can spend. You look at what you've got. You look at what you've got to borrow. How you can cover all those costs as you're going through it, and that makes sense. In this case, we could just say we've got $100 million. We know that that's a ceiling. We don't want to spend any more than that. We could, if we did that, and I'm not suggesting that we should, we probably wouldn't be in any worse position than any other local governments at the moment anyway. So we're in that situation. Now, I'm not suggesting that we do that. We could just say we're going to look at what the do nothing, the status quo business cost is. That's the least we're going to have to spend over the next 50 years. That can be a floor. We've got those numbers around. Now, I'm trying to work out what we're going to use with this. Is it going to be a red line? Is it something that we definitely won't cross? Does it include things like any grants we might get? We've heard that we can get $15 million worth of grant. But we can only do that after we've developed the project. We've got a shovel-ready plan. Well, do we knock that out because we haven't got a budget yet? I'm just confused. It just seems to me that this is unnecessary extra work. It's not going to help us develop the business plans because we don't know what external funding we're going to get. So we can't use it as we're developing those plans. It just seems to me that it's going to waste cities' resources, delay work on the actual business cases, and it isn't necessarily going to help us in making the final decision. So, yeah, I can't support it.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Speaker against? Councillor Burns speaking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Look, councillors, look, I can see why Councillor Jones is suggesting there's complications, but this is a complicated project, okay? And there are a lot of people out there that are very unhappy with a whole plethora of unknowns. This is about unknowns, okay? The officer recommendation to me is just, look, I want to avoid words like loose and stuff like that, but it's almost like the CEO shall, and then I do whatever, we float through this problem. Okay, I like the idea. When I hear a ceiling, right, but when I have no ceiling on what I'm going to do, because it's my money and I'll do what I bloody like with it. Okay, I'll spend it all and spend more of it. Okay, but this isn't my money. Okay, and this, and I, with all due respect, when people talk about we have 100, no, we don't. Okay, we look after money for other people, right? We don't just decide this. Look, we have obligations at the same time to meet with infrastructure, etc. And this is a part of infrastructure. I mean, all infrastructure. I believe the community, besides if they have something in common, right? It's perhaps all the questions are relating to knowledge. Okay, that they want to know. They want to know about this. They want to know about that. They want to know why we can't do this, why we can't do that. This is written by an engineer. There's nothing wrong with that. And engineers write, arguably it's words, but it's mathematics, right? This is what we're going to do, okay? This is how we're going to look at it. He's not here, and I apologise, but I will quote the CEO from before, and if I'm wrong, anybody can correct me. I'm happy to withdraw it. But the CEO basically told us, well, no, what we do is we design it, we work out everything we want, then we tell them to draw it all up, and they do, and then we work out what it costs. Well, I mean, I just can't work with that concept, right? I don't care if set the ceiling. Make it everything we've got and double it, and we'll beg for the rest, or just increase rates. I don't care, but I want to know a number. This growing number doesn't work for me. Anyway, I support this, and in supporting it, I'll say this: I have an alternative to sack the architects. Okay, it's unnecessary if this gets up. Okay, arguably I still want to sack the architects, but I'll just do it by an elected member's motion, okay, next month, right? But so don't consider that. Consider, right, to me, I see consider a precision opposed to too much flexibility, which is exactly what it got us here in the first place. And this is saying no, all right? And I like it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone speaking against the amendment? Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Look, I also have concerns about the wording of point 2 of the amendment. As to me, it does not clearly align with the explanation that Councillor Pine has provided, which is that it's aiming to test each of the options against the long-term financial plan, and I support that idea. But this talks about a single budget and a single project, not multiple options. As I said, appreciate the merit of assessing the project options in the context of the long-term financial plan, but I don't see the need to actually hardwire that into the resolution at this point in time, and the wording here does not address that anyway, to my mind. It doesn't achieve that. I understand the community's desire for transparency around this project, and as deliberations progress, key decisions will be brought back to council. This has happened over many years already that we've been considering the future of 241 Rockaby Road. The officer recommendation states the report will come back to a future council meeting with a business case among other supporting documents. That does not mean that other decisions relating to the project cannot come to council before that time. That's on us to initiate that. I feel it's too early in the process to lock those stages in now. As a council decision must be followed by the city, it could tie us to a process that later doesn't align with the direction that we want to take. It could, for example, lead to an unnecessarily protracted decision-making process by tying us to having to bring items to council that we later decide are actually unnecessary. Unlike Councillor Burns, I actually feel that it is important that we retain flexibility at this very early stage of this deliberative process. And for me, that also includes, just for the record, retaining the services of our design team for the moment until further decisions and options have been fully explored. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 years ago when this came before council, I didn't support the appointment of architects because I said I thought we needed to have a budget so that they knew how much we could spend. And we still haven't got a budget. And it's been mentioned, you know, sort of if you're going to build a house, you come up with, well, this is my budget, this is what I can afford, this is what I want in it. And that, I think, is the normal way that people approach having a budget, not just saying, well, this is what I want. And, you know, it may be a blank cheque at the end. And the only way we're going to find out at the moment what any of these projects might cost is, you know, when we get a tender. And I think that's putting the cart before the horse. I think we need to do it the other way around. So, and I also, look, I think, you know, the gates, bringing it back to council, I think that's a good idea. You know, it adds transparency, and it means that, you know, council is responsible and it is running the show. So I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Speaker against the amendment. Councillor Fife.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the extraordinary amount of work that Councillor Pine's done in going through all the documentation and trying to create a mechanism that gives certainty and transparency to the community and at the same time provides a clear pathway for us to work in. But at the moment, I think the pathway that we're going to go down remains very uncertain. We're not sure that we're going to go ahead with the current project. We're not sure that we're not going to continue leasing this building or buy this building. So elements of this amendment that include comprehensive assessments of community centres and an audit of that, they mightn't even be relevant to what we do. I think we're at an investigative stage about what those options are. And I think the process is working. The fact that we're sitting here having a debate about the budget, and when I've only been here for a few months, but the debate, the analysis, the introspection, the interrogation of all of the aspects that happen give me confidence that the people around the table that I'll be making decisions with on this project will be robust and they'll be sensible and they'll be thorough. I don't think I'm getting hoodwinked by anyone, and I think I can trust the people in this room that we're going to go forward and make a good decision. I don't think that needs to be prescribed. The budget, that's at the heart of what we do as a council. We are entrusted with the public's money to make good decisions. And so this is core. This is trying to prescribe what is inherent in what we do. And I think it's restrictive for me. I'm happy for the community to know what we're doing. I'm happy for the community to know what we're thinking about, and the intent to have that type of transparency, I think, is great. I think, you know, if we can achieve that along the way by whatever means, and I'm not sure what they are, that the community is well informed about all of the things that we're considering, great. And I think we'll be open to feedback from that. But you don't want a situation where we've said, look, we've got 10 things on the table and we've got 8 speakers for and 8 speakers against at the start of every council meeting, because this is a process that's going to be done by, you know, it's going to take years to get through just the consideration of what we're thinking about. So I think we've got to trust each other, we've got to go at the Office of Recommendation and move ahead. And I think there's scope there for us to have good debate, interrogation, and for me, I trust the people in this room that we're going to go ahead and make a good decision.
Thank you. Speakers for the amendment. Okay, I'll take the opportunity to enter the debate. I will speak against the amendment. There's parts of it that I like. and there's parts that I don't. Funnily enough, I like point 2. Councillor Pine, I don't think your verbal description aligns with the words on the page, and if this whole thing gets voted down, I see us revisiting the obvious need for a budget and working out what exactly we mean by the project budget, because I think we're talking at cross purposes tonight. I would have quite liked to support your point 2, because I think the idea that council doesn't have a budget has been overblown. We all sat in workshops where we received advice on what we could sensibly afford and the types of funding models that we might use. So whilst we haven't set a budget per se, we certainly haven't gone into this process without the necessary advice from our Director of Corporate Services and our CEO, both of whom are trained both of whom are very good with numbers and finances. In any case, the reason I asked earlier about breaking down this amendment, Councillor Pine, is that I can't support your point 4 this evening. Again, I think these decision gates will be a topic for future discussion, but I don't think tonight is the point at which we set the decision gates, because it's too soon. We're asking our design team to go out and do further work and to bring options back. I don't feel ready to commit to these particular decision gates, and although it may or may not come out in this debate, I'm just not sure where council priorities lie in terms of what are the right decision gates. I would have quite liked your point 4 if it just stopped at saying that that a report's going to be provided to a future council meeting to support further decision making in a staged gate approach, full stop, because I just don't think we're ready as part of tonight's motion to prescribe these decision gates. I can certainly envisage future discussions where we as a group work out what the right decision gates are, but I just don't think that is a decision for this evening. And look, just on your point 5, I feel that the amendment is at cross purposes with what point 5 is actually saying, and point 5 is not about quantitative analyses of the AHA report. It's extracting key themes from the AHA report. And I think it serves its purpose to the extent that there were informal surveys lodged online, collected online. That's reflected in the report. So we are going into the next phase of decision making fully aware of the various feedback channels. And look, I don't think we'd be here if it weren't for the likes of the online surveys and all the other forms of feedback. So ultimately it is for the presiding member to break down complex questions, but I think there's a certain courtesy owed to people who submitted amendments. If it's going to be an all or nothing approach tonight, then whilst I could have supported point 2, I don't think that the rest of the amendment can have my support this evening.
David, am I allowed to take up on your offer to break it down? Would
Sure,
still that be an option?
It's an option, yeah. The decision only has to be made at the point of
At least
calling the vote.
At least it will actually spell out what people support and what they don't support of the amendment.
Yep, I think that's sensible. Well, I'm going to break down the question. Yeah, everyone can vote on it how they like, but I'm not calling the vote on the amendment yet. Councillor De Vries.
Thank you. I wasn't objecting to your decision. I was just objecting because I hadn't spoken, so thank you. Yeah, obviously a decision as important as the one that we have to make in future will require a lot of analysis about the costing, about how we go about it, but I'm definitely inclined to support the view that we're not yet at that point when we need to do that level of constraint of this project. There is a line from the poet T.S. Eliot in the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock that comes to mind when I look at this, and I am an English teacher. Decisions and revisions, which a minute will reverse. It is a powerful reminder that there comes a point in any process where continual revisiting and revising does not strengthen decisions, rather it weakens them. I think we're at this point now where we risk eroding momentum. This amendment proposes the introduction of a capital ceiling, which I understand could be a capital ceiling for the whole project and then therefore broken down into different iterations. That's what I seem to glean from the discussion. And also suggests additional decision gates, which I think at this point are unnecessary and will create a structural barrier to progress. While these may be framed as mechanisms for accountability, in my opinion, they risk doing the opposite. They risk creating a structure that obstructs good decision-making, delays progress, and ultimately may undermine council's ability to deliver on a project in whatever shape it takes in the final analysis. Setting a fixed budget at this stage, which is how I interpret it, is, in my view, not prudent financial management because we do not yet have the level of cost certainty that would justify locking in a figure. And this is as outlined in the officer commentary. The true cost environment will only become clear through detailed design and critically through the tender process. Therefore, it is a premature constraint. Furthermore, to impose a ceiling hinders design development before options have been properly tested and risks either under-delivering on community expectations or misrepresenting the true cost of achieving them. Publicly signalling a budget figure at this stage can have the unintended consequence of driving costs upward, not downward, by reducing competitive tension in the market. Rather than acting as financial discipline, which is no doubt its intention, it is introducing risk, in my opinion, into the procurement process. This amendment further proposes a staged gate approach prior to progressing the project. On the surface, that may appear reasonable, but it creates process layering and duplication that, again, might create significant risk. We have already undertaken extensive council workshops on this single motion, resolved to progress the project through multiple council decisions, appointed an architect through a design process and many years of meetings, 27 over 5 years in total. The existing process in the proposed motion already includes a clearly outlined business case, further opportunities for design refinement and a structured pathway to tender. What this amendment does is to reinsert additional points of reconsideration, effectively reopening decisions that have already or should be made at some future point as well. So some of these decisions, I believe, we are asking ourselves too early. At some point, governance requires us to move from analysis to action. Otherwise, we risk creating a cycle where each stage invites further consideration to the point where we do nothing, where momentum is lost and no stage allows the project to meaningfully progress. In my opinion, this is not good governance. Thirdly, on the question of checks and balances, adding further layers will not necessarily strengthen accountability. It diffuses it. There is an implication in this amendment that additional safeguards are required. I do not accept that. This project has already been subject to council oversight at every stage. By establishing a framework, good governance is not measured by how many steps we insert into a process. It is measured by how effectively we make decisions within a clear, accountable framework. Have I got a minute or should I stop? Okay. Finally, we must consider the consequences of further delays, and further obstruction is not without consequence. So I don't support the amendment, but I do note how much effort and time has been put into this and thought. So I thank Councillor Pine for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think everyone's spoken and we don't close on amendments. Just to confirm the procedural way forward, which I am now taking, the person presiding may order a complex question to be broken down and put in the form of several motions, which should be put in sequence. Given that this was Councillor Pine's work, I wanted to respect that, but I think there's some comfort now with the idea of breaking this into multiple questions. So I think there's 3 questions. There's the amendment to point 2, the amendment to point 4, and the amendment to point 5. So councillors, I'm going to call the vote 3 times on those 3 questions. Just confirming for everyone watching and for those around the table, we're voting on just the amendment now. So I will put the amendment at point 2 to the vote. Okay, the amendment at point 2 is carried, 5-4. I will now put the amendment at point 4 to the vote. The amendment at point 4 is lost, 4-5. Finally, I'll put the amendment at point 5 to the vote. Okay, the amendment at point 5 is lost, 3-5. Oh, okay, well, I've called, someone didn't vote, but I've called it now. We've got a decision.
I know technically legal, I haven't voted. You have to report me to the state.
Maybe they can infringe the people who made our technological system, but I think the intent was there, the vote was called, we've got a decision, and whichever way you would have voted, I don't think it would have changed the outcome. I'll write you a note. Okay, so congratulations on your point 2, Councillor Pine. We've now got an amended C6. We resume the debate on the substantive motion as amended with a new point 2. We've heard from 2 councillors, the mover and the seconder. Is there anyone wanting to speak against on C6? Councillor Burns.
Sorry, folks. Councillors, all but a waste of time. I expect the amended recommendation to be carried, but I will not vote for it. Councillors, I do not personally believe that this is resolving the problems we're in. Okay, we went through a process. Everybody's happy. We ended up after a long period of time with a design and a number that we showed to the public. Okay, and it didn't make them happy. Made some of them happy, but there's a lot of people it did not make happy. It's been all over the papers. It's talked about. We're a hot topic. I'm not going to drag into that. You'll know what I'm talking about. Everybody in this room that's got an opinion, whether it's the school or money or it's all the things that have been said, and I acknowledge the people that have left that actually said positive things, but they seem to have gone home. So all I'm saying is I'm voting against it because I don't believe it fixes the situation we're in. And that's why I can't support something that I don't believe is helpful, okay? And just, I suppose it's not trying to encourage you to support me. It's more an explanation of why I'm going to vote against it. Thanks.
Thank you. A speaker 4. Councillor Fife.
Fellow councillors, I want to begin by acknowledging something important, that here we are in the city, is that working? Yep. In a rare and enviable financial position, one created through legacy assets, decades of responsible stewardship, and strengthened by the discipline of recent years. The fact that we can even contemplate a major capital project of this scale is a credit to those who came before us and for those who manage our finances today. But when Council resolved in 2022 to consider the future of 241 Rockaby Road, The intention was never to proceed at any cost. The intention was to proceed if at all, if the factors aligned. At that time, the estimated cost was between $15 and $20 million. Today, just 3 years on, we're looking at $64 million and rising. That alone should give us pause. Construction markets have never been more expensive, and with the unpredictability of the geopolitical climate, the probability of further cost escalations seems likely. The options presented to Council back in 22 were framed in a binary way: refurbish or demolish and rebuild. But that framing never addressed the more fundamental question, the question that we must answer before we commit the city to a path that will shape the next 40 or 50 years. And that question is this: what are the administrative and chambers needs of the city of Subiaco for the future? Once we ask that question, the field of options expands well beyond the scope considered back in 2022. We have already seen that the city functions effectively and indeed flourishes while operating from its current location. There is no operational requirement that ties us to 241 Rockaby Road. If the desire is simply to have all the staff under one roof, then that can be achieved by increasing our rental footprint, and if we want long-term stability, then commercial acquisition becomes a compelling option. In fact, had the city acquired our current premises at 388 Hay Street when it last changed hands back in 2018, the numbers tell a striking story. We would have spent about $38 million. Since then, we would have earned $15 to $20 million in rental income, paid no rent ourselves, and realised $20 million in capital gain. In other words, we would have spent 40, earned 20, saved rent, and now hold an asset worth 60. That is not just prudent, that is profitable. And it demonstrates the power of a commercial strategy. We do not know what the administrative needs will be in 40 years. We do not know how AI will reshape service delivery. We do not know how a densifying population will interact with council. We don't know about amalgamations down the track. Ask yourselves this: are the way that residents engage with us today the same as they were in 1986? And will it be the same in 2066? The only responsible approach in the face of uncertainty is flexibility. Rebuilding at 241 Rockaby locks future councils into a fixed, inflexible model that may be outdated long before the building is paid off. It also promises to disrupt the education of our children at Subiaco Primary and put further pressure on their already constrained classroom and green space. A commercial approach, by contrast, preserves fluidity. It allows future councils to scale up or down as needs evolve. It keeps capital available for community projects, and it avoids condemning the city to a single irreversible path. Meanwhile, 241 Rockaby itself can be reimagined in ways that better serve the community, whether as a community hub, an art space, a revitalised garden precinct, spaces suitable for dual use with the Subiaco Primary School, all shaped by local input with a view to making it a focus for community gathering and activities. These are positive, constructive alternatives that aligns with the city's character and aspirations. I look forward to the upcoming workshops and working with my fellow councillors to examine the city's and community needs in a broader framework. Thank you.
Thank you. A speaker against? Okay, I'll take any speakers at this point. Councillor DeVries.
Thank you, Councillor Fife. Well, I'm not here to advocate for a particular line or a particular process that would result out of this officer recommendation, but I'm here to request that we support the officer recommendation. So at its core, this recommendation requires community feedback. It requires that it's responded to, that future decisions are supported by clear evidence-based documentation. And that's what we want. We want a business case. We want the flexibility for an updated design brief. And we want a project management plan. We want the ideas that we can bring to the table and have robust discussions, no doubt. This recommendation makes it clear that we are listening to the community. There was a 120-day consultation period, which is, I think, the longest we've ever held. And we did have 5% of our community bring their concerns to us around trees and green space, cost and value for money, amenities, heritage and overall design. These are not minor issues. They are fundamental considerations that go to the heart of the project. But this motion represents good governance. From a governance perspective, failing to endorse this recommendation introduces significant risk. Without a clear process going forward, there can be no consistent framework for evaluating options. Decisions may be challenged as uninformed or incomplete. By endorsing this recommendation, this council ensures that any future decision is defensible, well documented, aligns with our obligations as elected members, evidence-based decision-making and robust. Our community deserves that, and so do future residents. And sound decision-making will strengthen our position in the eyes of the community. Without this framework, we are left with opinions, assumptions and fragmented information. With it, we established a disciplined and transparent process, and now we have the option of a capital ceiling as well. This recommendation provides the reassurance to the community that they are being heard. Let's not forget that this project has been under consideration for decades. It has been shaped by the structural issues with the existing building, which is now derelict, multiple council decisions over decades, and at the final stage, we had the comprehensive community consultation. It is identified as a priority within our council plan, and it reflects a long-standing need for functional, fit-for-purpose civic facility, however that may look. The failure to move forward in the past may well be the defining reason we are today still trying to decide what to do. To be clear, the decision before us tonight is about progressing a business case that is fundamentally about actively interrogating and responding in detail and will come back to council. It is a business case which tests financial assumptions with a bit more clarity now, and long-term costs, a design brief which clearly articulates purpose and function, and a project management plan which outlines delivery risks and governance. Without it, we risk confusion, inconsistency and a lack of public trust. There is no risk in proceeding. There is risk in failing to proceed. I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Pine.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in support of the recommendation. I thank for the councillors for the debate on the amendment and for considering the changes. I also welcome from the councillors their commitment to discuss what decisions to be bring forward to the council. Although they're not spelt out at this stage, I think that it will be very important and an urgent item to discuss in the workshop what decision we consider are important to actually bring to council. So I welcome your openness to do that, and I think I will hold you accountable for it, and support the resolution as it stands.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually a little bit unsure on this. There's the alternate that Councillor Burns has put forward gives us the opportunity to obviously go forward with other options, which so does this officer recommendation, but it would remove the architects that we've engaged to work on design for this current location, which appears to be problematic. The community feedback and comments and concerns raised by community and the design that we've seen from the architects, it's quite apparent that there are problems with the location for a new build at 241 Rockaby, and that's, I think, a number of councillors agree with that. We'd need to raise the ground level of the new building for the tree roots and the basement car parking. That then has impacts on the access from Rankin Gardens. Community consultation was loud and clear that they don't want significant change to Rankin Gardens. Okay, that could be worked in as an option, but you're still going to have to deal with the access points. And then, of course, there's the whole school issue with doing a new design in the current location. And that's something I think that we weren't particularly aware of until about a month ago, of the impact of that. And the school's already at capacity, and whilst it's not our issue to provide school classrooms, we certainly are meant to have, we're meant to consider everyone in the community, and school children are one of those. So I'm a bit conflicted over this. I can see that we could go forward with looking at all the options with going with the alternate. Reiterating the concerns from community around the location, and I think the alternate gives us that option.
Okay, there's a councillor who hasn't debated. Did you want to take the opportunity, Councillor Powell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I hate to be left out of the party. Look, and as other people have said, I want to thank all the residents who provided feedback on the concept plan, both the critics and the supporters, those who were happy with bits of it, and those who had suggestions for other parts. And look, I'm aware that, even when it's controversial matters, in other councils they might get a dozen, half a dozen responses, and we get hundreds. Which just shows that Subi is really an engaged community, and I think that's wonderful. But look, it does make it more difficult for us at times, but it's also what makes it worthwhile. Now, a number of times during the consultation period, I was asked my views, and usually I replied that it was the community's time to talk and for me to listen. But I would have to say in a number of areas, the feedback is not terribly different from my views. There were quite a number of residents who wanted to know why we couldn't fix up the current building at 241 Rockaby. I asked virtually the same question 6 years ago when a new civic centre was proposed, and I'm pleased to see that possible refurbishment is one of the matters that will be revisited as part of the assessments under this resolution. Look, it may be cheaper or more efficient to build something new, but refurbishments should still be on the table for making an informed decision. And 6 years ago, after the fire, I recall the words for a new build were humble and modest. It's also clear that that's not how many residents saw the new concept design, although it is just a concept. And then there was the big one, the $64 million estimate for a new civic precinct. Now, again, 6 years ago, we were looking at just a new building, not the entire civic precinct. But perhaps holistic is better, but it certainly costs a lot more. 2 years ago when it came to council, I think as I mentioned, I didn't support appointing architects because we didn't have a budget. Tonight, we have a capital cap that encompasses whatever comes up, whether it be new premises, refurbishment, purchase of existing commercial property. Yeah, look, I would have liked the gates in the amendments, but patience, Councillor Pine, sometimes you get there in the end. I will be supporting the officer recommendation. It captures the feedback from the community, and to do justice to what we've been told, we need to do a deep dive into community sentiment. And while there were some who just offered they liked or didn't like it without offering too much more, there were quite a number who clearly put hours and hours of work into their submissions, whether it be about the gardens, the building, the heritage, or alternative approaches. So now I think it's time to take all that effort on board and honour a highly engaged community, whatever the outcome. I do not think it's time to stop dead without fully assessing our ratepayers' views. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And that leaves a single elected member who hasn't debated. I'll enter the debate and I'll speak for the officer recommendation. Councillors, you are part of a project that has been 4 or 5 years in the making, and though its genesis can be traced even further back than that, let me remind you of the relevant council resolutions since 2021. February 2021, a unanimous 12-0 decision. December 2022, an 8-1 decision. March 24, a 5-2 decision. August 2025, a unanimous 9-0 decision. And May 2025, a 7-1 decision.
The point is we're not just making things up as we go. The membership on council has changed a number of times since 2021, but the general direction of this project has remained intact with a sequence of strongly supported council resolutions. And in my view, that is governance in action. Individuals come and go, but council continues on with each decision building on the next. On this project, we've made good decisions so far, and the question is what comes next? This evening, I think we are set to make a decision which will set a clear direction for our staff. And the resolution in front of us is a very good resolution, and so it should be, because we've been talking about this for a number of months now. We've been talking amongst ourselves and with our staff about what council needs in order to see this project go forward. And importantly, the resolution is responding to what we've learned through an extensive public consultation. Councillors, you have an opportunity, and I think you're going to take it, an opportunity to show leadership on this project by signalling that you're prepared to work with each other, work with our staff and respond to community, and you are prepared to set a direction that will actually see this project progress. I'm not going to prejudge how the final project will look, because at this juncture it's still about options, and I want to make that very clear. And there's some stakeholders who've stayed with us in the public gallery right until well, it's not the end, it's the end of the public meeting shortly. It's not the end for us just yet, but the point is we're aware of the sensitivities that are at play, and it's all about options at this stage. But what I can say with every confidence is that we have a responsibility to get this project done, one careful decision at a time. If this council, the 9 of us, can't get it done for our community, it's hard to imagine that a future council will have the appetite needed for them to fare any better. Councillors, unsurprisingly, I support the officer recommendation. Thank you. Okay, I will exit the debate and I will ask the mover if you'd like to close. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen, and thank you, councillors, for a robust debate on this item. The discussion has been a really good one. Although not all elements of Councillor Pine's amendment were supported, I feel that collectively we showed the community that we are committed to ongoing transparency about our decision-making on this matter. We just did not see the need for that to be baked into our resolution this early. And I don't want to use the word project perhaps anymore, because in some respect it implies a single idea, when it's clear from the debate that what we want to consider is a very diverse range of options. And that is there in the officer recommendation before us. As Councillor Fife said, we are now going into a robust investigative stage on this matter. And to do justice to the community feedback, we need to consider that wide range of options that were presented to us, and we thank them again for that feedback. And we also need to take into account all of those external factors that I mentioned and others have mentioned in their remarks as well. Taking on board Councillor Pine's amendment that was passed adds an overt element of budgetary oversight to the recommendation, which I think has broad support, obviously. As I've stated before, I feel it's important to retain flexibility at this very early stage, and other councillors have mentioned that as well. And for me, and hearing the support around the room, that also includes retaining the services of our design team. It's not just the architects, it's a whole team. For the moment, until further decisions and options have been fully explored. So that may come down the line, but I think, again, we're looking for flexibility and we're looking for options, and keeping them retained for the moment seems prudent. I therefore support the recommendation.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote now. Okay, C6 is carried 8-1. Thank you, councillors, for the debate and all the work that's gone on in the lead-up. Okay, there's one more agenda item on the public agenda this evening, and that's C7, the leasing matter for 1 Harborne Street, Subiaco. We've, of course, got the officer recommendation and an amendment submitted by Councillor Burns. Do I have a mover and a seconder for C7? Oh. Okay, we'll adjourn for 6 minutes. We'll be back on at 9:32. It's 9:34 and we're up to item C7. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor De Vries seconding. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. As one of the city's endowment land parcels, this property is important in terms of generating income to put downward pressure on rates. Unlike other buildings on our endowment lands, which are offices or warehouses, the improvements on this land are specific to the lock-up storage industry. They're not, therefore, buildings that are likely to attract other types of tenancies. Negotiating a lease with the storage operator is therefore a good outcome for this site, noting that the zoning and therefore long-term land use is residential mixed use. However, there are already many proposed residential developments across Subiaco and large parcels of vacant land in Subi East that either are or will soon be available for development, and therefore I don't have any concerns about the 10-year timeframe for the lease. It seems appropriate in the short to medium, and the future of the land can be revisited after that period. A new lease also improves on the previous lease for various reasons. It's directly with the operator and therefore there's no third party involved. And the terms and conditions have been updated to reflect contemporary expectations and requirements. The lease appears competitive in relation to the market valuation commissioned recently by the city and therefore consistent with the council's investment policy and investment framework. I therefore support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor De Vries. Okay, does anyone want to speak against the amendment at this point, against the officer recommendation at this point? Okay, let's test Councillor Burns's amendment. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Burns's amendment? Councillor Pine seconding, thank you. Councillor Burns moving, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Councillors, I pray nobody reads too much into this, and also that nobody thinks I am in any way placing the city in any jeopardy whatsoever, okay? If I look at the negative of this, on the presumption that the staff have taken this matter as far as it can go, and I am 100% totally incorrect on my 3 points, right? Brookfield, and let's understand this, everybody talks about national storage and everything else. I announced some months ago that Brookfield, backed by the Singaporean Sovereign Fund, were buying national storage, and they purchased it for $4 billion US dollars. And which is about 6.7 billion Australian dollars, okay, for 193 stores. Locations which are pretty much 93 to 95% owned, and there's several in this situation which are leases. Brookfield is a $1 trillion, well, far in excess of $1 trillion, but let's talk about it, far in excess of $1,000 billion, okay? Companies that do that in the real estate market, okay, are not going to be, if we come back and say this is what we want, okay, and I will break it down later, but if we come back and I'm 100% wrong, Brookfield are not going to take their bat and ball and go home and say we're not going to play with you anymore. They'll tell us to bugger off and say, look, we've made our offer. See you later, okay, tell your council to take it or not, okay? However, I differ. I believe the 5% in point one, and I'm going to do this as quickly as possible. I think everybody's across the board on this. The staff say CPI or 3%, I say 5%. Okay, the difference between my number and their number is 40 grand a year. Okay, this is not cattle ranchers. 2% of the rent. With regards to market reviews, okay, market reviews are commercial in this market. Okay, and they have been for decades. That properties are reviewed to market at certain key times during the lease. Now, on that one, the staff tell us that The market is actually 1.7 and they've negotiated 2.15. Now, if that's the case, okay, and the market's actually 1.7, when it gets to the first review after 3 years, right, it's in no danger. That Brookfield are absolutely in no danger because they're already well above market, because market's 1.7. Okay, so what are they? There's no concern whatsoever for them. Okay, there's no concern for us if valuers come back and go, and in a market review, what if anybody doesn't know, it's pretty easy. We pick a valuer and then he says it's worth X. They pick a valuer and they say it's worth Y. And if they can't agree between the two of them, the valuer society picks a third person and he looks at both of them and goes, well, this is where it is. Okay, it's a very easy process. All leases that do market reviews state the same conditions. They are very standard. The third point, okay, which goes to having a break clause. Okay, break clause, okay, is good for us if we want to sell it. If Councillor Johnston, if Councillor, I'm sorry, it's getting late. Thank you very much, Penny. If Councillor O'Connor, okay, is, I mean, she well and truly is correct. Nothing says we need to break the lease. Okay, this just allows us to, if something changes because we wanted to sell the land. We can't break the lease for, we can break the lease for any purpose, but generally if we're going to break the lease, it's not because we want to be property developers or something else, it would be disposal. Of all the points, this will thrill Brookfield, okay, because they're a real estate company. They don't like renting stuff. They're like McDonald's. They don't want to lease. McDonald's doesn't make hamburgers. McDonald's is a real estate company that created its own tenancies, and that's what they do. Hamburgers is a side business. They're a real estate company. Brookfield are a real estate company. We put this in that says, if you don't mind, I'm nearly finished, I think. We put this in there, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Brookfield, who are a real estate company, go, oh, hang on. So if they decided they want to sell it, we get a first right of refusal to match the offer of selling it. Great, we're going to own it, okay? That's what they want to do, is own these. Or Brookfield will be chasing right now the small handful of leased properties National Storage had, okay, well, they owned it, okay? Brookfield will actively be chasing all of them, okay? So this of all of them, they'd probably pay us more on top of it, okay, for a first right of refusal included in it, if we move to dispose. So there's no, I can't promise you, but I can assure you, okay, this is acceptable. The Mayor has asked me, and I am happy to break them down individually so that they can be dealt with not as a package. Learned a lesson there. So anyway, again, 2%, 3% to 5% is 40 grand a year. That is not going to scare anybody. Okay, market reviews, well, supposedly they're already above market, so that can't scare them. And the third one, they're going to be delighted with. All I'm asking is they're going to read about this anyway. Okay, we're in front of the papers. We're saying we'd like these improvements, and I can promise you, before the staff have even written to them and said the councillors would like these, Brookfield already would have read the paper and gone, great. Okay, let's just write back to read in the paper you wanted these. We'll take them. Thanks. That's my opinion. Thank you. Happy to answer questions or anything else you need.
Councillor Pine, I think you seconded. Just confirming, yeah, we're debating the amendment. Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I support the amendment. I think none of these amended conditions are deal breakers. Having a rent review, the change on that is a 2% increase each year, and that equates to 42,000 on the first year on the rent of 2.1 million. So that's hardly going to be a deal breaker. The second item, doing a market evaluation of rent every 3 years, well, that's just prudent and normal to do a market review on a regular basis. And the third point, the break clause, that only comes into effect after 2030, the year 2030. It gives 18 months' notice to the tenant, and then with that, they get the first right of refusal if the reason is for sale. So I don't see that being a deal breaker. I would think, as Councillor Burns says, that would be probably attractive to the tenant and certainly acceptable. It's in line with our investment policy to ensure that we're getting the most that we can and out of our resources, and I think it's completely reasonable, and that that we should be going back to the tenant with these amendments. Thanks.
Thank you. Any speakers against the amendment? Councillor O'Connor.
Could I ask a question? If the amendment, if point 1 of the amendment is passed, does that leave no room for negotiation then for the... we're in a stage of negotiation. We've negotiated a lease agreement with the applicant. If we progress with point 1, that leaves no opportunity for negotiation. So how would any counter offer by the tenant be dealt with, bearing in mind suddenly the council has put ourselves into the negotiating process effectively? I hope that makes sense.
That's a question that probably applies to all 3 parts, isn't it?
Yes.
Director Corporate Services.
Thank you, Presiding Member. I didn't quite catch what you said, but I think that it would require it to come back to council. So there's a couple of things. One is that this proposal was advertised under a 3.58 process. So that's where if we dispose of property, whether by sale or lease in this matter, we're required to provide public notice for 2 weeks and consider any submissions received. So long as the sale price or the market valuation or the party in question did not change, you could theoretically return a fresh council decision regarding a newly negotiated position if negotiations were to take place. I'll just, if the Manager of Commercial Services and Property would like to chip in at all.
Through the Chair, I think we need a little bit of clarity, because the way I read the amendment, it's not saying to negotiate. It's stating that the new lease must be on these terms. So essentially you're saying, this is it, these are our terms, take it or leave it. And then if you start to speculate, well, what happens if they don't take those terms? Then you begin to show your hand. And this is a public forum. So the way I read that is we're not being directed to negotiate. It's these are our terms, take it or leave it. And if they take it, that's a great outcome. If they don't, then, you know, we would need to seek some guidance from council what you'd like to do.
Mr. Guest, I think that bit you said right at the end goes to the core of the question being asked, and that is, to use Councillor Burns's words, what if he's completely wrong about all this and they don't accept these amended conditions? You say you'd seek some guidance from council. What does that mean? Would it automatically come back to council, or would you gauge interest in it coming back to council, but before bringing it back? I don't think that would really work. Either you would or you wouldn't. I suppose it's that what if in the event that this amendment gets up, we've completely misread the play and they don't go for it. What happens after that from a council decision-making point of view?
I mean, you're talking about, this is looking at our process. You know, okay, on the presumption, okay, I play the devil's advocate when I spoke, but on the presumption it's reasonable, but even if it's not, if Brookfield, at worst, they'll say no, okay? And we'll go, you know, and they'll know, we've made our best, we'll put our best foot forward, that's it. And then Mr. Guest will go, they've said no, and that's their best offer, and we'll go, all right, okay, we'll take it, okay? What I'm trying to say is, what they won't do is go, no, and we're leaving. You know what I mean? It doesn't get to that. This is big boy business. What I'm saying is, if they want to turn around and make a different offer, we are entering a negotiation. We don't need rules to it. But I suspect it's not so dramatic. They'll want to go, yeah, okay, but we'll make it 4.5%. Okay, because now we're talking about 10 grand. They're just going to go, just tick the boxes, guys, and move on. Okay, and remember, they got 4.5%. They still got to look at 3. They're missing out on the right of first refusal. I have 8 rights of first refusal floating around West Australia right now that have been going for decades. I bought them years ago, and nobody can sell their property without calling me. I mean, these have value.
So thanks for offering that, Councillor Burns. But I think the 2 staff members got to an answer prior, and that was that they would simply bring it back to council I think there was a lot of nodding going on. I think they said that it would come back to council.
Well, let's come back to say they said yes.
I mean, I don't think that staff could conclude the lease negotiations on their own in the absence of a council decision. Yeah. Councillor Fife.
I'm just wondering whether or not that line 1 says rent reviews conducted annually are requested to... No, hang on. You're inviting the staff to go back to the negotiating table. So what you're telling them to do is basically go back and ask for 5%, not or CPI of 5%, not to demand it. Because if you demand it and then they say, no, our best offer, then it's got to come back to council again.
No, look, I think we're all clear that a resolution needs to stand on its own words, and that quite clearly says that the reletting would be subject to these additional altered conditions. So either they go for it or they don't. If they don't, I think where we got to a moment ago is that it comes back to council for further guidance. But no, it's not a request. It's not. I mean, it's saying these are the terms. Yep. Okay. Lost my place. Who have we heard from? I think we got to Councillor Johnston on the amendment. Does anyone else want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Jones. I've lost track if it's for or against. I think anyone who wants to speak may, and we'll gather your position as you go.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not comfortable about making changes at the late stage. While I recognise that Councillor Burns has expert knowledge in this area, and he may well be correct, I'm really concerned about council dictating contract terms to the CEO at this late stage. The staff must have the ability to negotiate freely, and when council make these late modifications to contracts, they remove that flexibility. The city is no longer actually negotiating. The other party has no choice other than to accept those changes or terminate the negotiations. In this case, it may well be that they'd accept them. I grant you that. But I think it paints the city in a poor light and risks long-term damage to us. It shows that the council doesn't trust the administration to get the best outcome for the city, and this may well taint future negotiations with other potential lessees. While this amendment might provide a better short-term outcome, I think it's poor governance for council to try to insert itself into negotiations. I think it causes long-term problems, and for that reason I won't support it.
Okay, we'll try and give some order to this. A speaker for? Speaker against? Okay, sorry, I've confused everyone. Councillor O'Connor.
My apologies, I thought you were just looking for speakers. Look, I've got reservations as well. I share the reservations just articulated by Councillor Jones. I am uncomfortable about amending a lease of this nature at this late stage, while acknowledging Councillor Byrne's expertise and experience in this area. I feel that we are, to use his own words, walking into the likely situation. You know, they are not likely to reject this. Well, that's a likely, and we heard earlier that we shouldn't be entertaining likelies. I am uncomfortable about council inserting ourselves into this position and essentially cutting off the negotiations. We won't be in a negotiating position. We're telling the city that and the lessees, these are the terms. And this is what you have to accept. It's no longer a negotiation anymore. I don't feel that it reflects well upon us to do that. And I have difficulty supporting it. I'm happy to hear other views.
Okay, any other speakers for or against? Councillor Fife.
Yeah, I share the respect and the superior knowledge that you would have, Mark, in this regard, because it's been your bread and butter for your whole career. However, I'm a horticulturalist. I'm not going to jump in at the 11th hour and tell Giles how we should be controlling weevil borer, because that's not what my job is. Advice and about making a decision about advice given. So we trust whether or not Joel's got it right, or it should be 3% or 5% or whatever. My sense is that maybe, Joel can take this on board as good strategy, or the city can take it on board as helpful strategy to entertain in their ongoing negotiations. But I'm really uncomfortable with us jumping in, with council jumping in at the 11th hour in negotiations with anyone. And I take the point that Councillor Jones made about the future reputation or the future negotiations with other people if council is seen to jump in at the last minute and to be overriding what officers have recommended. So I'm really uncomfortable. I think you're probably right. I think you're probably 100% right that they're good conditions, but I don't think this is the way to get them done. Sorry.
Okay, other speakers on the amendment? Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, again, I think it's a process to arrive at this good outcome, the outcome that the city have arrived at, which is a negotiated face rent of 2.15 million. And I think that processes like negotiations require trust, and they require understanding, and you spend, how many months, I'm not sure. But to arrive at that point and then have it cut off, I think that would create a problem. I don't think the trust is something that you can easily win back when it's broken. So my concern here is not around the potential for it to as everyone's mentioned, Mark understands these things, but I think it's more around the human aspect of it as well, that we work with people, and people and organisations are businesses, but there are also people in those organisations who've contributed enormous amounts of time and energy to achieve these outcomes. So I think we need to respect the work of staff. We also need to recognise that we have got a good outcome. Yes, it could be better. Possibly, I don't know, because as I'm not in that area of work, so I'm happy to listen, but I definitely can't support this today. But had it come maybe 6 months ago, or when we first knew about it, perhaps we could have had fielded more discussion.
Councillor Pine, question?
Am I allowed to speak? I moved it, but I chose not to speak.
Yeah, okay, I did say you could. Yeah,
okay,
please.
Thank you. Now, I hear the concerns about this amendment from a process standpoint, essentially, and I share similar concerns around the process. However, I do recognise that a number of councillors did ask to have a workshop about this. We were given the opportunity to provide some feedback via some of the electors member memos. There was deadlines put on that memos, etc. It's worthwhile noting that these weekly memos have multiple deadlines, etc. And that memo was issued at the same time as an upcoming council meeting. So councillors may have actually missed reading the memo and actually acting upon it. So I respect the proposal that Councillor Burns is putting on the table as, to trying to improve essentially the deal. It is coming very late in the process, and the challenge is really, ultimately, it is about imposing what the terms that we need from the lease, which should have been done well ahead of this meeting. So I think from a process standpoint, I've got some concerns. So that's why I will not be able to support the amendment. But there is a learning here and some improvements that we can ask the city to do. It's like if workshops are being asked, it's maybe also to have a bit of a response of saying, okay, we'll have the workshop. Or if in the memo there are deadlines, maybe there's ways of reminding councillors to respond to the deadlines and make sure that it doesn't slip through the thousands of emails that we get every day. Thank you.
Any other councillors wanting to debate the amendment? Okay, I'll enter the debate. No, you don't. Not on an amendment.
Really?
Correct. You don't.
What I was going to say.
Oh, well, we'll never know now.
It's not a debate, it's just saying this.
I'm sure it's not a debate.
This is something you might like. You guys give me this, I'll tell you what, and if the lease doesn't improve, okay, I'll do a Howard Hughes and I'll quit. Howard Hughes told the Congress that the spruce goose wouldn't fly.
He said it without his microphone on, but Councillor Burns said if we give him this and they don't go for it, he will quit.
You give me this, I'll tell you, right? And they don't come back, okay, improving this lease,
okay,
you'll never see me again.
Well,
So,
Councillor
think on
Burns,
that.
it's been lovely serving with you. I hope you're right on this,
And
but
the
I'm
poster's writing it down as I speak, and I don't break my promises.
anything for a headline.
I
But
will walk.
this will make you happy too, Councillor Burns. I'm speaking in favour of the amendment. I don't particularly like the time frame within which this has been brought to council, but what I will say for the record is that it shouldn't be interpreted that that's because of any dropping of the ball by our staff. That's simply not the case. We've got an EMIB, an elected member information bulletin, which I think is generally understood as the formal, regular means by which we receive information and are invited to comment on specific things. I'm not suggesting anyone has said anything bad about our staff or that they've failed in any way, but I want to make it clear that they haven't. It's simply a case of all of us getting, whether it's some formal amendments or issues that need to be canvassed with councillors and the mayor as early as is possible to avoid surprises. But having said all that, I can see why 1, 2 and 3 are favourable conditions for the city if the tenant goes for them. And look, there is that if, but I think there is some. I don't think it's a sure thing. I wouldn't downplay the significance of any of these, and I wouldn't suggest it's a no-brainer that they will necessarily go for each of these. But I think it's sensible enough that that we test the waters, as it were, and we see if our gut feeling is right. And if not, I don't know, are we going to call a by-election or work with eight elected members? I'm not sure. But it's absolutely worth a shot. There's been good advice, good work done by our staff so far to get to this point. But if we think we can get more out of this tenant, which I think we can, then it's worth us going for. So I will support the amendment. Okay, personal explanation.
No, can I ask a question?
Oh, yep.
Just more as councillors, we're not meant to get involved in operational matters and decisions are being brought to us. By taking forward this amendment, are we actually getting into operational matters, which from a governance standpoint, we've been reminded not to do? So I'd like to question that aspect of it, just for my clarity, and I seek the advice of the city staff in that regard.
Okay. Well, acting CEO, do you have a view on that?
So I'll start and then I might have the Director of Corporate Services join in. So obviously it's a question for council we've put before. So an amendment's well within your rights in this instance to ask. And that's, I guess, for each elected member to decide upon.
Okay, well, Director of Corporate Services, did you want to supplement the answer? Are we getting into administrative responsibilities in entertaining this amendment?
Sure, thank you, Presiding Member. I think that, the contract itself has come to council, indicating, it obviously is quite a substantial a deal to what is required to under legislation anyway, but it is quite a substantial contract in the scheme of the city's income. And therefore, if material amendments to the contract could have a material impact to our bottom line, then, you could assess it as within the remit of council. I think, if you were getting into really operational terms around, it should be if, but or that in the contract, that would probably be quite operational. We have had other examples recently of contracts that have come to council and amendments have been made by council for strategic reasons. So, it's up to council to make a decision of this nature.
I do have some expertise and experience in this type of thing, so I'll volunteer something as well. I think there's two issues. There's should we, can we get involved in this level? And I think we need to draw a distinction between, going out and having discussions with the lessee ourselves. That would clearly be inappropriate, and that'd be putting our noses in and our fingers out. But if this comes to council, I think the question is, and I think this is what you're asking, is this the level at which we ought to be operating at as a council, where we're essentially rewriting or inserting 3 special conditions? So I don't think there's anything inappropriate about it, but it's a question, I think, for councillors about whether it's you're operating at a level that you wish for this council to be operating at. And I've heard the Director of Corporate Services explain why on this particular lease you could make a justifiable argument that it is something which council could sensibly make a decision on.
No, this is helpful and would help certainly some of the comments that some of the councillors have made. Thank you.
Okay. Any other councillors wishing to debate the amendment? If not, okay. Question, Councillor Fife.
So you were going to put these as separate terms? Separate. Yep. Okay.
Yep, just confirming, I'll break it down into 3 votes. So there'll be a vote on point 1 of the amendment, point 2 of the amendment, and point 3 of the amendment. Given that we don't close on an amendment, I'll call those votes now, beginning with point 1 of the amendment. I'm putting that to the vote now. Okay, point 1 is lost, 4-5. I'll put point 2 to the vote. Point 2 is carried, 5-4. And finally, I'll put point 3 to the vote now. Okay, point 3 is carried 5-3. So we'll return to the substantive motion with two new...
Doesn't matter, it's carried anyway, you said that before.
Yeah, I've announced the result. I've announced the result. Yeah, mathematically it still couldn't change the outcome. Okay, so we do have an amended resolution with 2 of Councillor Burns's 3 points carried and therefore now forming part of the substantive item. Okay, is there anyone still wanting to debate C7 as amended? Okay, did the mover want to close? Okay, I'll put C7 to the vote now. C7's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Okay, councillors, there were no elected member motions submitted for tonight's meeting. There's no business of an urgent nature that I'm aware of. I'll therefore ask for a mover and a seconder for a procedural motion to close the meeting for the final 2 items of the night. And the meeting would be closed pursuant to section 5.232B2 of the Local Government Act and Regulation 4 capital A, Paragraph A of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor Pine, seconding. I will put that to the vote now. Okay, the procedural motion's carried unanimously.
Okay, we're back out from behind closed doors, and I confirm that Council passed 2 resolutions behind closed doors. On 13.1, it was resolved that, noting the 2 public submissions received during the local public notice period, proceed with the sale of the portion of Lot 60 on Plan 2442, Burley Lane, Subiaco, east of Sagar Lane, to Sirona Developments Proprietary Limited, or its nominee, for a consideration of $840,000. And point 2, the contract of sale is to be approved by Council prior to finalisation. And on 13.2, it was resolved as follows. Point A panel is appointed to guide the Chief Executive Officer performance review process for 2025-26 and setting of 2026-27 performance criteria, consisting of the following elected members: Mayor McMullen, Councillor Russell Jones, Councillor Penny O'Connor, Councillor Danny Fife, and Councillor Nicola Johnston. And point B, Steve Cartledge Consulting is appointed to work with the panel to facilitate the performance review process and the setting of 2026-27 performance criteria. Councillors, that brings us to the end of our agenda, so I declare the Ordinary Council meeting closed at 10:35 p.m. Thank you, everyone.